Good morning. At the online international conference for employers on the work-life balance named Balance for All, jointly with the Ministry of Welfare and the European Union project. I will be moderating the conference all day long. We will really reaching far away into the European map and here in Latvia as well. Of course, the key asset or capital of every employer are employees. Loyalty of employees as well as engagement and contribution of employees are crucial for any enterprise and any employer having very good benefits on the working environment and beyond. And that accessibility of employees can really hinder the work-life balance. In very fluctuating and changing business environment, it's really hard for any human to reach work-life balance and harmony. Therefore, the issues of employees' welfare as well as well-being are of utmost importance for any employer in business. Harmonious and balanced work-life approach can attract and keep existing loyal employees loyal and enterprises to turn more efficient. This conference will provide an opportunity for employers and employees to have best practices from Europe and Latvia. We will know what are the duties and measures facilitating and enhancing the contribution and well-being of employees for work-life harmony are very important as well. We will speak about equal opportunities, the family leave and childcare schemes in Finland, work-life balance, family support, teleworking and flexibility, and many more topics. We have chat in our streaming landing pages where you can really write the questions to our speakers. The landing page is available in English as well, and simultaneous interpretation will be provided as well. And if you
You need to, in the navigation button, choose the English version, and there will be the live translation for this conference as well. Liels paldies visiem tiem vairāk kā 300 dalībniekiem, kas jau pieteicās. Šobrīd man operatīvie dati rāda, ka mums ir nedaudz vairāk kā 300 skatītāji gan no.
We have speakers and keynote speakers today from the state sector, from the public administration and among businesses as well. And now the opening speech will be passed over to Miss Liga Mendelsone. Good morning in such a nice day. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends in Latvia and elsewhere in the world around the globe. We are participating in opening the online international conference, and I would like to send and extend our best greetings to our colleagues elsewhere in the world, where from we have participated in the study. Of course, pandemics has different challenges raised upon us, but we have gathered together online remotely on a Friday day before the weekend to discuss the opportunities, how we can really facilitate and help and assist our businesses to strive for and to survive in such a hard times. But at the same time, we have established such and initiated a measure that it has been underestimated for long and has been only a name or title in different documents, work-life balance. Of course, one thing is saying very nicely work-life balance, but the hard thing is to really implement and ensure that work-life harmony among employees for them to be recreated, taken leisure time, spent their life with families and their time, quality time with families, and be more efficient and more productive. But we understand that the only way for us to stay healthy, sustainable, long-term and productive and efficient is arranging all the things and topics and fears to have this SWOT analysis, to know what our threats are, what our opportunities are, and then jointly with the legislative power and executive power to implement and embody and stipulate such laws and regulations which are not hindering factors for businesses and for employers, but really facilitating and enhancing their activity. Today we have a very wonderful range of speakers, and we will have a wonderful awarding ceremony for best practices as we really believe that only best practices and best examples striving for excellence are the only way, the realistic way for changing habits, some habits in our lives, and to strive for that work and life balance or harmony, and that new reality will be better or it will be harder. Therefore, I invite everybody to do our best for best ideas to arise, so that at the end of conference we could say and conclude that yes, this is the bucket list of best practices in on behalf of the Ministry of Welfare and other ministries, and this would be really a checklist, a serious checklist for businesses to be healthy, sustainable, long-term, development oriented, and employees would be really in harmony between their work and private life. Therefore, I would like to wish you best discussions and best ideas for the future. Let us think for today we would be both, so that we would have different approach, but at the same time we would really take in all the opportunities we are offered. That is digitalization, that is remote work, which has become perhaps more productive, but not neither easier. Thank you very much. Mrs. Liga Mendelssohn, thank you so much. I would like to supplement with a remark. We have new normal has become more and more popular lately, and I'm really convinced that at the conference today we will have as much best advice as possible. I have really studied the list of keynote speakers and speakers of our conference. I am really convinced that we will be very proactive to implement all those best practices in reality. And now I would like to pass the floor to the Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Welfare, Mr. Krish Lipshans. Good morning, dear Ms. Liga, the participants of the conference. I'm really happy to welcome you at the online international conference, especially those who are taking care of their children, of their seniors, and will have additional duties apart from their working duties. And in the last year, then we have been working so much in remotely, and we have been supplemented and added and put and placed in remote and distant learning for our children. Therefore, balancing the work and the life really leads us to think whether the women and men have equal opportunities on the labor market and have enough time to spend for additional duties at home. By August 2020, 22, every member state has to transpose the legislation regarding the work-life balance, as well as maternity and paternity leave for fathers, and ensuring the benefits and allowances related and associated thereto, as well as some remarks and clauses on the equal opportunities of women to return to the labor market as soon as possible after the maternity leave or paternity leave, and equalize the opportunities for women to come back to labor market after the pregnancy and childcare leave. Of course, legislative and executive power must provide benefits and support to mothers and fathers for ensuring childcare as well as healthcare of children, and every step along with the implementation and enforcement of those laws and regulations in life are very important as well. And here we cannot stay without the engagement and active participation of employers. Today as a conference we'll have an opportunity to listen to the speeches and presentations from different countries, from employers and public administration and civic society organizations, so that equal opportunities would be available to women and men, and solutions could be found for equal opportunities and diverse proactive measures for striving excellence in work-life balance or harmony in the context of directive and finding the most appropriate solutions for all the stakeholders involved. The conference is one of the measures within the project of the Confederation of Employers of Latvia with the Ministry of Welfare in order to implement and elaborate action plan for transposition of the directive into the national laws and regulations. And that will become next spec for more inclusive labor market in our country. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Krish Lipshans, Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry, and I would like to remind once again our landing page, balanceforall.eu, where you can really follow the presentations and speakers in Latvian or English in original, or simultaneously translated into Latvian or English respectively. And we'll have a Q&A session after each presentation, very short, but we will also pool the questions for according to our sessions of the agenda, and later you will have an opportunity to have the video recording of our conference, and this is not only streaming, this will be recorded and archived as well, and you will have an opportunity later on, as at the time of your convenience, to get introduced with the presentations of specific speakers. So time is money, and the big topic of our conference first would be the contemporary role of work-life balance in competitiveness and productivity.
Mūsdienu pasaulē darbs tā ir norma, ienākuma avots un iespēja nodrošināt cilvēku cienīgu dzīvi sev un savai ģimenei. Taču daudziem darba un privātās dzīves līdzsvars šķiet nesasniedzams sapnis vai tikai pasakās nolasāms. Lai sasniegtu perfektu līdzsvaru un gūtu baudu gan no darba, gan arī no privātās dzīves, nevajag atsevišķas dzīves jomas uztvert kā balts vai melns, ir arī pelēkā krāsa. Līdzsvars tas nenozīmē uzcelt starp tām necaurskatāms sienu, kā arī līdzsvars, tā ir apvienošanas un integrācijas principu tad apvienošana. Cieņa, dažas tēzes, cieņa pret sevi un savām vajadzībām, rūpes par sevi ikdienas rutīnā, darba nozīme un fokusēšanās uz patiešām svarīgo, kā arī atslēgties, tas ir pilnīgi normāli un pieņemam mums katram. Our first speaker about this topic is International Center of Work and Family, Professor of Managing People in Organization, dāmas un kungi, profesora Miraja Lasheras. Miraja, hello.
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 Very excited to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Nice to meet you. Nice to hear you. Thank you for having you. Miraja, as I understand right now, you are located in Barcelona.
Exactly.
So quickly, shortly, what kind of weather right now is in Barcelona? Because in Riga this morning there was a little bit snowing.
Oh, we would love to have some snow here, but it's about 12 to 14 degrees, so not too cold.
Amazing. We are a little bit jealous about this kind of weather. Miraja, the stage is yours, and we are very interested in what you're going to say for us, in your professional opinion. Please.
Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure to be not only in Latvia, but all over Europe and all over the world with all of you. So thank you very much, especially because we are talking about a very, very relevant topic for all of us, which is corporate family responsibility. So which means how to make companies better for those that work in the company, not corporate social responsibilities for people who might be outside of the company. Social family responsibility is a concept that looks into the people who work in the company and their families. So basically, let me talk a little bit about this concept. Then I'll talk about the methodology that we use to study corporate family responsibility. And then something that might be very useful for all of us is understanding how this corporate family responsibility has an effect over results in the company, for the person, and for society as a whole. And then some conclusions. So, corporate family responsibility refers to the leadership, culture, and policies that facilitate the integration between work and family. So, basically, it's all the different levels. So, it's not only about policies, which are important, but it's policies, is leadership, how leaders make decisions about the things that their employees have to do. And then it's about culture. What is the broader understanding of what is needed in the company? Then, so how do we study this? So basically, we measure the policies that people have access to. So our understanding is that in a company, there are as many environments as people in the company, because not everyone is going to have access to the same policies. That's obvious. It's different if you are working face to face to the client, if you are working on the back office, if you are working on a factory, if you are working on sales. So every single person will have access, or people will have access to different policies. But then it's also about the supervisor support. So how leaders support or hinder that work-life balance. And then it's about the culture, so the broader understanding. And even though companies try to enforce or to facilitate that the culture is even all over the company, we know that people might perceive it differently depending on many things. So in a company, there are as many environments of corporate family responsibility as people in the company. But of course, some companies have more positive perceptions from their people than others, depending on their behaviors. Good. So we think that there are like four major, we classified these environments in four major environments. One that we call enriching. So is the enriching environment is an environment that facilitates not only the balance, but it goes beyond balance. It even facilitates enrichment. So what you live and experience in your company help you to also have better experiences in your family and non-work social life. Then there is an environment that we call favorable. So basically this would be the balance. So actually allows you to have a positive balance between what you do at work and what you do outside of work. And then we go to a more negative environment that is unfavorable. So basically, people feel that attending the work responsibilities hinders from attending responsibilities outside of work. And then we call the last one, which is the most negative, which is called polluted. So basically, we all understand and have an image of what that means, right? So again, we talk about policies, but we also talk about leadership, and we talk about culture. So this is relevant because it has an impact over employees, over the company, and over society. These three kind of like stakeholders are intertwined. So it's a little difficult sometimes to separate them, but we'll try to do that, and I'll show some examples, right? But when we talk about employees, we talk about, for instance, about health, right? So something that actually is of much importance to our employees, and even more on these days. But if we create a stressful environment, if we create environments in which people cannot do a sport or take care of themselves, that is taxing for them. But that is also taxing for the company, because people will have higher levels of absenteeism, for instance, and also some outcomes for the company are the intention of turnover from people, which we'll see, is very much affected by the fact that people can achieve or not this work-life balance. And then for society, things like, for instance, the time that you can spend with your family members, especially when they are either little or when they are very old, taking care of them. So this is very important for society, as we are all, caregivers, and then sometimes in life also care receivers, right? Okay, so the results I will be presenting today belong to a big sample that we've been collecting over the years, almost all over the world. I must say, we don't have yet data from Latvia, but or from any of the Baltic countries, something that we would definitely love to have. But I think our sample is very representative of the world, having countries in Asia, such as the Philippines, all over to North and South America. So far, quite an even sample, a little more men than women, even though I must say that women is overrepresented because generally in the world, women do not represent 47% of the workforce, but still, they participate probably at a higher rate in our sample. We have people with managerial responsibilities, with children, without children, being in a committed relationship, or singles as well. So, okay, so now the results. So what do we find all over the world, right? So good news is that almost half of the population that is represented in our sample say that they are in a positive environment, meaning that it's either an enriching or a favorable environment. So only 18% of the people say they are in an enriching environment. That environment, I just repeated, that environment that allows for people to gather energy, knowledge, competences in one of the life dimensions, and then bringing it to the other life dimensions. So meaning from work to family and family to work. But still 30% say that they are in a positive, or let's say a balanced situation. But the bad news is that also half of the population, even a little over half of the population, 51%, the people represented in the sample, say that they are in a situation which is unbalanced, which is negative, which actually generates problems and hassles and negative outcomes in their lives, because they have to work in a situation that doesn't allow them to balance their work and their non-work dimensions. So this is basically saying we still have a lot of work to do. So some of the impacts, which this is very, very relevant, as we, as HR people, have to justify our investment, right? So we cannot say we do this only because it's the right thing to do, which sometimes I feel that should be the strongest reason. So we do this because it's the right thing to do. But we also have to justify that the money that we spend will also have a positive effect on the company. And so thank God, in this case, both things go hand in hand. So we should be fostering this balance and this integration because it's the right thing to do, but also because it's the right thing to do will have positive impact on the company, on the employees, and on the organization as a whole, and in the country. So the first thing I want to mention is about the intention of turning over. That means the intention that people might have to leave the company. So that we see here very clearly that when people are in an environment that is positive, let's remember, positive is A, negative is D. So we can see, from green to red, that's right. So when we are green environment, that environment that really, helps enriching, people have very, very little intention to leave the company. Let's just think that we're not talking about salary compensations. We are not about promotion. We're talking about the possibility of really integrating work and non-work. So only by doing that, people are much willing to stay in the organization. Some of us might say, like, myself here in Spain, very, very high levels of unemployment. Some people might say, well, why should I care if people are willing to leave the company? I can bring on some other people. Well, big mistake, because here the issue is that most people who want to leave the company will not leave it, will stay with you, will stay with us, which is an even bigger problem, because we might think they are happy because they stay, but actually they are quite frustrated, which means they're not going to be people who go the extra mile that we need from them, that extra mile in which they are serving the best they can to the clients, in which they are serving and the best they can to other people in the company, in which they are just like giving their best creativity, their best effort, energy, and love, to the company because they are frustrated. So basically, they will not be going that extra mile that we all need from our employees. So we can see that it's very extreme that people who are in a D environment, in that environment that we saw just that it was very negative, people in that environment, they are much more willing to leave the company. So again, this is a big issue and can become something that actually makes it very difficult for the company to achieve its goals. So, and we see, I put here a number of lines, not that you can distinguish exactly what it means each line, but basically saying, well, this happens not only in one specific country. This is something that happens all over the world. In all the countries that we've done this study, the same phenomenon to a higher or lower extent, but in all countries, this phenomenon appears. So something that is super relevant. So then we all know that we want to be diverse in companies and that we want to be fair and give people same and equal opportunities. So here we see that when those environments are negative, again, remember negative is the environment, the red one. So people say, both men and women, they say that that environment benefits men over women. So the idea would be environment should not benefit either men or women, should benefit only people who are really performing well and who are really doing their best. But here we see that when it's an environment that doesn't allow for integration, what happens is that the environment benefits people who are males, right? So who do not have those responsibilities over caring for other people. So something very relevant is that people can have, their best energy and dedication when they are working. So again, we see that people who are in an environment that is positive, they can give their best to their work. So they have bigger levels of vigor and dedication. So not allowing that balance, that integration also is taxing because people cannot have that much energy to dedicate to their own jobs. Obviously, they are not so satisfied about their work-family balance, so that is quite obvious, and it follows very much the model because, I do not have the time, I do not have the energy, I do not have the resources. Then same thing for motivation. So we all talk, we want to have employees who are highly motivated. So here we measure three different ways of being motivated for a social motive, because I want to really help other people so that, declines if the environment is not positive. Intrinsic motivation, I want to work because I really like what I do and I really like the people I work with. Again, it goes lower when we are in a negative environment. Same thing for extrinsic motivation. Then impact on society. So we need people who can devote time to their children so that they develop in a more balanced and positive way. So we can see that the environment has a big impact over both men and women and the time they dedicate to their children. So in any of the environments, women dedicate quite much more time to children than men do, but still, it has an impact over both men and women. The more negative the environment, the fewer hours that men and women dedicate to their children. Days dedicated to family meals, we know how important that is, very important for their cognitive and psychological development. Again, it depends very much on the type of environment that we allow. And then impact on society, so the health of people gets to be worse. People exercise less if they are in a negative environment. People have fewer less energy, and their quality of sleep is much worse if they are in a negative environment. So that said, and I know that I only have 1 more minute because I want to finish right on time. That said, the conclusions is the results warn of a high degree of dissatisfaction, 51% among workers all over the world. And dissatisfaction with balance results in personal, organizational, social costs. So definitely, the investment will be, very much worth it if we put, money into allowing people into making the environment friendlier to work and family. So that will have positive effects over the people, over the organization, and over society as a whole. So hope you all can work, with high energy to make this happen in your companies.
Professor, thank you. There's a lot of valuable information. So a few questions from me. What is your experience says about work-life balance? What has to do with competitiveness and productivity in this nowadays new normal?
Yeah, so definitely it has to do a lot with competitivity because and a lot with performance. When people are drained because they don't sleep well, because they are not so healthy, because they are stressed out, it's impossible to maintain a high level of productivity. Actually, we measure it, so we couldn't get to show all the results that we have, but it's definitely very much related to performance. So, and performance sometimes is difficult to measure because the output is not easy to measure, but very much depends on how it's perceived by the supervisors, and they perceive that people who are not well balanced, they have a much worse performance, sometimes getting to a 15%, 1.5. So that's a huge number, So if a person is not well balanced and his performance is 15% on average lower, means that the company can really go in trouble because of that reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is you can see in the outcome results as well. One more thing about this COVID-19 situation, a lot of employees right now are working from the home office or just from the home, and there is a lot of speaking experts about the burnouts. When you have to work, you have to be productive, and you have to take care of your children's, and this is the main challenge in this very moment, and I think the next year will be plus minus the same. What kind of advice as expert you can give the employees, the company owners, how to manage this kind of situation, this COVID-19, but they're working at home?
Thank you very much, because I think that is very relevant. So I have, there are many things that employers can do, but first of all, what I think employers should do is to foster that leaders, that supervisors are very close to people so that they understand what are their situation. It's very different if you're working with 3 kids at home, or if you're working by yourself and then you feel isolated, or if you have an older person who is sick and needs to get care. So it's very important that supervisors are aware of the situation. Also that supervisors are flexible. So because we all have different situations and we all have different biorhythms, and we might feel isolated or overwhelmed or anxious for any reason. So that they can come up with solutions that really are targeted to allow those people to work when it's best for them, and also to feel the support. So organizations are groups of people that work together toward a goal, so they need to feel that they are part of a bigger organization, so that they are supported by their colleagues. So I think that is very important that supervisors are very close and give that advice, that support that is needed, because this is a very taxing situation that is being very, very long, and many people are experiencing anxiety, not because they are working from home, but because of the situation of the COVID-19, the uncertainty in companies. They don't know whether the company is going to survive. They don't know, how their loved ones are going to do. So we need to give support to each other.
Yeah, thank you. Usually the people saying, I will take a little bit my work at the home, and there I have the strict line. I will work till 8 o'clock, and that's it. And then slowly, this line starts to erase, and this wall starts to crash down. And then and in one day you just understand, okay, where is the working time, and where is my private life, and where is my family time? What is the first things for the people, maybe for the company owners, when you can understand where the line starts to erase and everything goes together, the private life, the working time?
Yeah, it's very important to draw those boundaries. So those boundaries, generally, we used to have those boundaries more clear, because when we were at home, we were in the office. When we were when we were at work, we were in the office. When we were at home, those started blurring, already many years ago, because of all the technological advances. But still, it's become way much more difficult now. So we need to make an effort to set those boundaries in a clear way. So boundaries that are physical. So when I'm in this table, I'm working. So everyone in my family knows that when I'm here is because I'm working. And myself, I know that when I'm here, I'm working. And when I'm not here, I'm not working. It might be, I don't know, the kitchen. It might be one of the rooms, whatever, right? But so I need to have that physical boundary and also mental boundaries. So for instance, I have a schedule, so I work 9 to 12, or I work 7 to 12, whatever it is, in the morning, in the afternoon. And over weekends, I don't open my email, for instance. And I tell everyone, I'm not opening my email anymore on weekends, so that I set those boundaries. And I also, I'm transparent about those boundaries, and I tell other people, because otherwise, as you say, it gets to a point in which it's like a magma, when we don't know whether we are working, we are with our family, and in our head that might be daunting.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. That was a really good tips and tricks, as I say. Professor, I kindly ask you to stay here for a while. After next speaker, we will have the Q&A session, and probably we will have some questions from our viewers in the balanceforall.eu homepage. So thank you very much, and we are moving a little bit forward. Under this topic, our next speaker will be Barbara Geschenberger, who is Eurofond Head of Working Life and Units. Hello, Barbara.
Hello, and good morning from Dublin.
Hello, from Dublin.
Absolutely.
Yay, perfect.
From the very west to the very east of the European Union.
Exactly. Before I ask Professor, let's hear us what kind of weather was in Barcelona. What kind of weather right now is in Dublin?
We were promised a sunny day from the weather forecast, but it's actually quite grey, and it's still very cold. Well, very cold for Irish standards, around 5-6 degrees. We consider that it's very cold.
All right. As I understand, the people in this kind of region, they're absolutely used to it. This is no surprise. This is no surprise.
Yes.
Okay. Barbara,
you don't come to Ireland for the weather.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I want to kindly ask you, the stage is yours, and we are very open to listen what you're going to say for us. So the quick technical support, we will change the presentations, and then we're gonna start. So es nedaudz ieskicēšu
Barbara Geschenberger is the head of the unit Working Life European Foundation for the Improvement of Living and Working Conditions, Eurofond, which was a supervisory or observatory for the working life observance. And
Barbara, I want to say one more time, 3, 2, 1. We are open to listen what you're going to say to us.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting Eurofond to this conference and inviting us to present some results of our research on the role of work for achieving work-life balance. Work-life balance is not a very well-defined concept, I would argue it's probably also not necessary to have a very clear definition, because quite frankly, it's rather intuitive and it's depicted, I think, quite well on this slide here. It is the struggle to juggle at the same time all the requirements of working life with all the demands and requirements of life outside work, children, partners, exercise, hobbies, etc. So you see it depicted nicely on this screen. And then, of course, there are the more philosophical questions along the lines of, is work-life balance a good term? Should we really be putting work before life? Should it not be the other way around? Or there are people who would argue that it might not even be such a good idea to try to attain this elusive balance between work and life, because it could lead to us not being very good at anything, at either work or life. I also wanted to share with you an interesting thought depicted here. I like the phrase work-life harmony. Balance implies there is a strict trade-off. Being a productive member of a team at work makes me better at home. And if I'm happy at home, it makes me a better employee, a better boss. I think that's an interesting concept, and you might be interested in knowing who said this. No other than Jeff Bezos, the CEO of Amazon. It does, of course, make you wonder, what does he do to achieve a good work-life balance? But let's move from these more philosophical questions to the question, why is work-life balance important? And the first thing that we need to be aware of and look at is the fact that the lack of work-life balance, the fear that it is not possible to balance work and life, can be a barrier to work. In the European Labour Force Survey, you have a question that asks respondents whether or not they're not working or not working full time because of lack of available or affordable care services. And as you can see from the graph here, around 1% of the working age population in the EU says that is the case for them. And that, by the way, is almost exclusively female respondents, women who reply they're not working or not working full time because of lack of availability of affordable care services. Now, you could argue, well, 1% of the labor force, that's not really that much, but 2019, this 1% is 4 million people in Europe between the age of 15 and 64 that do not work because of these problems. And that, of course, is a huge loss of talent. As you can imagine, there are many differences between countries when you look at these figures. There are countries like Denmark, Sweden, Finland, by the way, also Latvia in this category, with almost no respondents giving this reply. And then there are other countries like my host country, Ireland, where almost 4% of respondents say, 4% of the working age population say we do not work or we're not working full time because of the availability. And in Ireland, a very important factor, certainly, the cost of childcare. But it's not only about a lack of work-life balance being a barrier to work. Work-life balance has also much wider benefits. And we look at the question of work-life balance in two of our Europe-wide surveys, in the European Working Conditions Survey and in the European Quality of Life Survey. And these correlations here show quite clearly that a good work-life balance leads to higher levels of satisfaction, not only with work, but also with life. It leads to more happiness. It leads to a lower share of respondents saying that they feel socially excluded. And very important, this finding here and Professor Las Heras has also mentioned and pointed to this from her research results, better work-life balance is correlated with higher engagement at work, and higher engagement, we know, leads to higher productivities of employees. Now, keep in mind, the researcher in me needs to remind you of this. These are correlations, so there's not necessarily a causal relationship here, but actually literature confirms that, yes, a better work-life balance leads to better health, engagement, and work outcomes, and therefore also better outcomes for productivity. Next question, how do Europeans feel about their work-life balance? So the question, how do your working hours fit with your family or social commitments outside work, is a question in the European Working Conditions Survey. And as you can see, it's actually quite good news, because 4 out of 5 respondents say, well, it fits very well, or at least it feels well. 4 out of 5 also means that around 20% of respondents say no, they do not fit very well, or they do not fit at all the balance between the balance that I would like to achieve. So we can also look at this from another point of view, so not asking about the work-life balance, but asking about work-life conflicts and life-work conflicts. And here you can see the first 3 questions are about work impinging on life. So too tired after work to do household work when you come home. Kept worrying about work when not working. That's the indication also for burnout very often. Job prevents from giving time to family. And we see that around 12 to 20% of respondents say that they are experiencing this. And then we have a second category, the yellow here, where we ask about family work conflict. So it's hard to concentrate on the job because of family, or family prevents from giving time to the job. And that is a conflict that exists, but for a much lower share of workers in Europe, around 5%. Now, one of my main messages, I think, for this presentation is that it is hugely important to look at this from a life course perspective, because it's easy to understand that, of course, the kind of conflict you experience and the difficulties you have for balancing work and life depends very much where you are in your life. So a single person with no children, of course, has very different needs and demands than a couple with young children, a couple with older children, or then couples with no children to take care of any longer in the household. So very, very important to look and keep an eye on the life course. Have a look what it looks like when you keep this life course perspective in mind. Blue dots here are men, the green dots, the responses of female respondents. So it's basically a reversed U shape that we see here, which shows clearly that poor work-life balance is the biggest problem during child rearing years when children are in the family. What we also see, interestingly enough, is that this is a bigger problem for men than for women. Women experience the biggest problems with work-life balance when they have young children, children under the age of 7. But afterwards, as you can see, actually there is an improvement, and fewer respondents say that their work-life balance is poor. Why is that? Well, it is very, very closely linked to working hours across the life course. And again, if you compare the blue dots, men, with the green dots, women, you can see that men increase working hours during the life course, even during the child rearing stages of the life course, whereas women reduce working hours when children come into the picture. And that explains why, as you saw in the previous slide, the work-life balance conflicts and the poor work-life balance is a bigger issue for men than for women. I'm going to show you a slide which I think is important, gives important information, something that we need to keep in mind, because this shows here that this is not exactly or not necessarily what people want, what workers want. When we ask about preferences of working time, would you like to work less if there was no impact on your income? So a very hypothetical question. A much higher share of men than women during those child-rearing years say, yes, if I could, I would like to work less. This, however, is not exactly what we see when we look at the sharing of paid and unpaid work between men and women. What you see here, blue bars for men, that when it comes to paid work, it's very much concentrated around the 40-hour per week mark. For women, you have a lot more women below this 40-hour per week mark. And that, of course, is explained by the fact that around a third of women in Europe work part-time. And now if we move to the right, to the unpaid work, you see a concentration of men among those doing 0 to 5 hours of unpaid work per week, whereas for women, you can see that they work a lot more in unpaid tasks, caring for children, housework, etc., than men do. Question, has this changed during the pandemic? And I can show you here very fresh data from our online survey that we conducted in a first wave in April of last year and a second wave in July of last year. So you see the July results here. And it does show, in this case, women are the blue bar, men are the green bar, that especially when young children are present in the household, women spend a lot more time, hardly in some cases, double the time on childcare in July 2020 than men. And the picture for housework is not much different. Also here, women spend a lot more time on housework during the pandemic than men did. And this, I think it's important to keep in mind, and this in a situation where 48% of workers in the EU were either partially or fully working from home. So I think that's very interesting to look at this, at the development during the last year, during the pandemic. Unsurprisingly, this attempt to balance care responsibilities for children, housework, and work commitments during the pandemic lead to an increase in work-life and life-work, family-work conflicts. And again, here women are more affected than men, especially, you see, especially a big difference for the family work conflicts. Women found it much more difficult to concentrate on the job because of family, to give the time to the job because of family than men did this. And this is especially true for those working from home. So the big question is, what can be done about this? What is the role of work in achieving work-life balance? And here, back to the analysis of the European Working Conditions Survey, we have looked which working conditions are helpful for attaining a good work-life balance and which working conditions are negative. So working time is the key factor. Long working hours, long commuting time is clearly associated with poor work-life balance. But it's not only about the volume of working time, it's also working time regularity. Regular working time, the same days every week, the same hours every day is positively associated with work-life balance. That's important to keep in mind when later on we talk about flexibility of working hours. So regularity is good. Atypical hours, night work, shift work, weekend work are detrimental to work-life balance. Job intensity, very stressful jobs, high demand jobs, high emotional demand jobs are also negative, have a negative correlation with work-life balance. Good news is, and again, Professor Las Heras has pointed to this as well, support at work, support from co-workers, support from managers can make a huge difference and are positively associated with good work-life balance. Care responsibilities, negative if you have care responsibilities, even if we control for all other factors, that makes attaining a good work-life balance more difficult. And the last two there, the flexibility of working hours and working at home, are ambiguous, are mixed, and that's why I wanted to spend a bit more time on this. Working time flexibility, it's a specific type of flexibility that is really, really useful for attaining a good work-life balance. Being able to take an hour or two off in a family emergency has a very strong and positive effect on work-life balance outcomes. And you have this possibility in all likelihood, or you're more likely to find this type of flexibility in work arrangements, when flexible work arrangements are in place at the workplace. So flexible working time arrangements in principle have a positive effect, but only if they're not only there on paper, but they lead to this kind of flexibility, being able to take an hour or two off when needed. Working at home, as I said, is equally ambiguous. Working at home, telework, home-based telework, helps work-life balance if it substitutes working hours spent at the employer's locations. I work 3 days a week at the employer's premises and 2 days at home. So I substitute what I would otherwise do at the employer's premises. Working at home does not help when it supplements what I do in the office. So bringing work home because I did not finish what I needed to do in the office, because this then leads to working in free time for work demands. And we see this much more frequently for those working from home than those who work at the employer's premises all the time. And this, by the way, is something that we also saw very clearly during the pandemic. Here we have, again, findings from our online survey that we conducted last year. And you can see that those who worked at home partially and those who worked at home exclusively are much more likely to respond that they were working in their free time every day, or at least every day, if you compare it to the highest bar there, depicting workers who were at the employer's premises all the time. So there really is an issue between the blurring of boundaries, working during your free time when you are working from home. So the takeaways, the summary of what I have been trying to say in limited time. The benefits of better work-life balance are wide, and they go beyond employment and purely work-related aspects. They are also life aspects, satisfaction with life, social exclusion, etc., that benefit from a good work-life balance. Taking a life course perspective is key. The demands and needs of workers change consistently and substantially during the life course and depending on which stage of their life they're in. Volume of work, the hours you work, is crucial, but other factors at work can also improve work-life balance. Again, a specific kind of flexibility and support from co-workers and managers. Working from home can improve work-life balance, but only if it substitutes and doesn't supplement work done at the employer's premises. And last but not least, very, very important, the unequal sharing of unpaid work between men and women is a contributing factor because it puts more pressure on women to find this balance between work and life, which influences career choices. Career choices influence the gender employment gap, and career choices influence the gender pay gap. So the unequal sharing of unpaid work is a huge issue that needs to be addressed if we want to address work-life balance issues, but also gender employment gap and gender pay gap issues. I think this was it. There is, of course, a lot more to say on this topic, and I would like to refer you to the associated publications from which I have taken the results that I have presented here, the report on reconciling work and life in the EU, then the results from our online survey, Living, Working and COVID-19, and hot off the press, the latest publication there, our flagship report, Working Conditions and Sustainable Work, which also contains a number of case studies that show national policies, but also company practices in support of work-life balance. And actually, you have quite a few of the companies that we looked at in this study present at the conference today, so you can quiz them to share this good practice experience that we also presented in the report. And that would be me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes. All right, Barbara, thank you very much for your presentation. From your takeaway, one topic that I get together, absolutely, there is, these two things are absolutely connected. Change me if I'm wrong. So the balance between the gender is absolutely connected with the balance in the work and life, this sentence together. So it's everything that goes together.
Yes, absolutely, that's correct. We see that in principle, in normal times, work-life balance, as reported by respondents, is better for women than for men. But why is that the case? Because they adapt to the demands of the caring responsibilities they take on. And since they take on more caring responsibility, they have a higher pressure to find this balance. And to find it, they make adaptations, as I said, with regard to career choice, with regard to length of working hours, and that has an impact on income, it has an impact on pensions, it has an income on career development. So personally, I'm really convinced this is the one point where we should pay most attention. Mm-hmm. What can be done to get a more equal sharing of paid and unpaid work between men and women, between mothers and fathers.
Mm-hmm. The very interesting point was in your presentation, the life course perspective, where was the single people, then the young people with the children, the old ones. So the professional question for you is, so in this pandemic time, for which of these groups are the most challenging time, this pandemic time? To put together the working time and this balance between work and the personal life, from which of these groups?
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see that unlike in pre-pandemic times, women report bigger problems with achieving work-life balance than men. Usually it's the other way around. Right now it is, we saw during the pandemic, women find it harder, and they're especially women who have young children in the household. And the other group that is more affected, both men and women, compared to other groups in the labor market, are those working from home. When working from home with children in the household, work-life balance has become a huge problem, and work-life conflict is on the rise. Now, I think we all need to understand that, of course, the current circumstances are special circumstances. Your usual home-based telework job assumes that children are in school and in childcare facilities. So, and this is currently not the case. So we have to keep in mind it is a very specific situation. On the other hand, our pre-pandemic research on telework does show, as I said before, that there's a tendency to work during the free time, much higher share than for those who work from the employer's premises. And secondly, there is a tendency to work longer hours and to take fewer and shorter rest breaks between working days among those working from home compared to those who work all the time at the employer's premises. So there is something about telework that is not good for work-life balance. There are advantages as well, but we need to be aware of the risks. And especially that's especially important because we know that in principle, people like to telework. That's another thing that the pandemic has shown. In our online survey, 60% of those working partly or fully from home say that also in the future, they would like to work from home, not every day, but several times a month or several times a week even. So there is a demand for telework, and we have to be aware of the risks that come with telework and address them in time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Barbara. Thank you very much. Really good advices, and thank you for your time. And I would say this Q&A session is finished because the Professor Las Heras had to catch the plane before she was in the airport. So one more time, thank you for your time and good wishes from Riga to Dublin. And liels paldies. Vēlreiz ieskicēšu, ka kā mēs
Once again, thank you very much. We just heard two interesting discussions, two presentations. It was Dr. Mireia Las Heras and Barbara Gerstenberger. So two very interesting topics. And before that, we also had Mireia Las Heras. You heard, here we have a question. Will it be recording of the conference? Yes, the recording will be available on balance.eu. So in the same website where you are watching. And once again, I would like to remind you that it is possible to ask questions. You can write them also in Latvian. And we will translate them and we will forward them to the lecturers, no problems. And I would like to remind you, if we look at the agenda, then we see that Miss Liga Mendelssohn said that approximately at 4:30 we will have a award ceremony, and it will be the award to Best Practice Award for Employers for Work and Life Balance in Latvia. So the LDDK Balance Award 2020. And I would like to announce the next topic, so equal opportunities. Equal opportunities, equal treatment and gender equality in determining remuneration, human resource development, representation and company boards. We will see example from Finland. It will be the family leave and childcare schemes in Finland towards more equality. Finland is one of the places in the world where it is a very nice balance between private life and work life. So different possibilities, allowances, and also support system, care services. It is also very strong bipartite social dialogue and also other topics. So, and we will have the speaker from Finland, and so that the topic will be the family leave and child care schemes in Finland towards more equality.
Chief Policy Advisor in EU Affairs and Corporate Law Finnish Commerce Federation, Ilari Kallio. Ilari, hello from Riga.
Hello, thank you for inviting me to the seminar. I hope you can hear me at the moment, and soon I hope you'll see my presentation as well.
Hopefully, we are interested in seeing this and hearing this one. So, Ilari, I will not take long your time, and so the stage is yours, and we are open to see and hear what you're going to say at us.
Thank you. So, hello, I'm happy to be here and going to discuss a bit about the family leave and childcare schemes in Finland and how we think that they help with the, let's say, work-life balance or even equality. So this is, of course, something that has been developed in the Nordics for a long time, and I hope I can shed some more light on the background of the discussions, where we are heading at the moment, and what maybe you could learn from this. So if we start my presentation, then, well, there's the whole title. It's rather long, and I only have a few slides, and I'm not going to concentrate too much on them. They include a lot of text, but that's for the purpose of you to then afterwards go through the numbers. I'm a lawyer, so I'm not very happy to go through numbers. But let's start by going to the next slide. Here, in a nutshell, you see the current structure of family leaves and childcare schemes in Finland. And if you look at the numbers on the left side, I'm not going to go through them all, as I said, but overall, those add up to, if you look at the maternity leave, paternity leave, and parental leave, those add up to about 9 months of family leave at the moment. And as you can see, fathers, they have their own share of those leaves already, meaning that they cannot give the paternity leave to the mother. Parental leave at the moment can be taken by either of the parents, but as we'll see, unfortunately, it's usually always mothers. Why I say unfortunately, we'll come to that later on. Then what we also have in Finland, on top of this, I would say almost traditional family leaves, is childcare leave. That means that you can stay at home, one of the parents can stay at home with the child until the child turns 3 years of age, which is rather long time. In a way, it could be good, but in a way, from the labor market perspective, and also in an equality perspective, that is not always a good thing. On top of this, and then we have also partial childcare leave. That means that you can stay at home. And then if we look at all these different types of leaves, what is common to them is that, of course, if you are employed when you go for a leave, you preserve your employment while you are at the leave. So, and in fact, it's illegal to lay off someone who is on a parental leave or childcare leave. For the allowances, in very short, the allowances in Finland are rather good. For maternity leave, you get 90% of your pay, or a bit less if you are a high earner. So there's a kind of a cap for the 90% allowance, but even then, for the income above that level, you get some. So it's rather good. Then for paternity parental leave, you get 75% of your pay. And then for childcare leave, there's a fixed sum. On top of these, which are based in legislation, although often they are, or some elements of them are negotiated by social partners, these are all the elements that are based in law. Then you have collective agreements, which grant the employee full pay depending. For maternity leave, it's usually something between 1 month and 3 months. So meaning that the employer pays the difference between the allowance and the full pay. And then for fathers, it's shorter. It's often six days, meaning 1 week. The other side of the equation is then the childcare services. And as was mentioned earlier, in fact, in Finland, no one is saying that this would be a problem cost-wise or otherwise to have childcare services. And that's most likely because all children under school age have a subjective right to childcare, meaning that it doesn't matter if the parents are employed or unemployed, the child has a right to find a place in a kindergarten. Childcare is provided by public and private service providers, and you have to pay for it, but you have to pay for it very little. In fact, if you have very small income in the household, then you pay nothing. Even for high earners, that's the maximum is about 300 euros per month, meaning that it's often this is not the threshold or some kind of hindrance to put your child in childcare if you so decide. There's also a third option, meaning that if third option, I mean there's the childcare leave, there's the childcare services. There's also this possibility to hire someone to look after a child, and then you get a small allowance, or I would call it allowance from the state, which you can use partially to cover the pay of the child carer, the private child carer. And then finally, there's a pre-primary education, which is compulsory for children under just a year before starting their school. So this is where we are now. And now some good and bad elements, or I would say bad, but elements that we could improve in the future. First of all, the possibilities are widely used, but not evenly. So while nearly all the mothers use the maternity leave, the whole of it, and about 80%, just under 80% of fathers take some paternity leave, and there still are around one father out of 5 who doesn't take any leave when the child is born. And of course, this is something that could be changed and should be changed, in our opinion. What is more worrying that of the parental leave, which is freely allocated, mothers use 97 to 98% of the parental leave. And why is this? Part of it is because the families think that, okay, usually the father is the higher earner. And then if the father takes the leave, then the family is losing out on the income. But as we saw, the allowances are quite high, so often this is not the case. At least the difference is not as big as people think. And then there are the old attitudes. So it's still, although we claim to be, and I would say we are quite modern in a way, but there's still the problem that we often think also in the Nordics, in Finland, that, okay, it's a father who should go to work, it's a mother who should stay at home if someone is staying at home. What's a good thing is that then childcare services are attended by more than 3/4 of children between ages 1 to 6 years old. Altogether, family leaves and childcare services do support women's employment, but there are problems with this, and they have to do with equality. So in Finland, yes, the women are employed to a higher rate. Yes, they do have full-time jobs, but there are still shortcomings compared to men. And one of the glaring ones is that what the statistics show is that when men get children, or when the family gets a child, the income level of the man doesn't change. So it's more or less the same. It can even improve in the long run. While for women, often the case is that after having children, the development of their income from work goes down, and for different reasons. Either they are not promoted, either it's because they have a long break from work. There are many factors counting into it. And what's the final outcome? The women lose out even when they retire, because retirement or the pensions are the occupational pension in Finland are based on the accrued rate, which is calculated from the salaries. So if you earn less when you're working, you have a smaller pension. And that is not a good thing, of course. So career and income prospects are still hampered by the leaves, or how the leaves are used by families. And then there's one quite particular problem, which is the so-called welfare traps, meaning that when one of the parents is at home with the child, you get these different benefits. You may need to pay less for some public services, which you have to pay for. And once you get a job, you lose out on these benefits. You have to pay more for the services, and all of a sudden, all the extra income that you should have had from the job, you don't have it, or it's very small. In some very luckily quite few cases, you end up paying more than you were paying before you took up a job. And of course, this is something that we are trying to solve. It's not only a question about the childcare services, and not only a question about family leaves, but it's more of a question of how you organize the whole social security. So it's a bit beyond today's seminar. But as we can see, there is the equality elements all the time. So how do we make sure that women would be equal compared to men? And I'm meaning our mothers and fathers in the labor markets, and also young women, because sometimes there are cases where, of course, young women are hesitant to start a family, and young men as well, because they're not sure how it's going to affect their careers, their income level, etc., etc. So what we are doing in Finland at the moment is that there will be a revision of this family leave scheme, and that the proposal just came out a couple of weeks ago when this tripartite working group between employers, employees, and the government ended their work. Unfortunately, they were not unanimous, and I'll tell you why. So one of the main elements of the reform is that there will be a pregnancy leave, separate from maternity leave, or it's kind of a new paternity leave, maternity leave, but that's only for the time before the child is born or around the time child is born. Then there's the parental leave, which will be 160 working days per parent until the child is 2 years of age, so meaning that you don't have to take all the parental leave consecutively. You can have it in smaller parts. I think it's 4 parts. And there's like 3 weeks during which the parents can be at home at the same time. So pregnancy leave and parental leave, so in altogether 6 weeks when both the parents can be at home together with the child. As we can see there now on the screen, it's around 100 days of the parental leave per parent are earmarked, and then there's still 60 plus days which are transferable. And this is one point where the employers have been critical, because as we saw, if the mothers at the moment use 97 to 98% of all the parental leaves, they will be using 97 to 98% of these 63 days, which means about 10 weeks. Childcare leave will stay in place. This is also something that the employers have been critical, because when you have the childcare leave as an option, it often leads to a situation where the women or the mothers stay out of the labor market for 3 years, and that will have an effect on your career. So in fact, what the employers were proposing was that, okay, all the parental leaves should be earmarked, and the childcare leave should be only available until the child is 1.5 years of age. I know there are differences within the families, how you think of whether it's better for the child to stay at home longer or shorter period. Usually in Finland, young children go to the kindergarten when they are about 1 year old. Allowances for the leaves, they are more or less the same as they were. There's a bit of a hike in the early days of parental leave. Some of the criticism, as I said, it's still quite likely that it's mostly the women, the mothers, who will be using the extra days that are transferable, meaning that, well, their situation relative to the fathers is not improved. It's also then happens that the fathers are not taking a bigger role in childcare. And, well, meaning that the mother's labor market status will not improve. This is something that the employers would have wanted to change. And here I have to give a bit of history. Still 10 years ago, the employers thought that, okay, it's up to the families to decide how they divide the parental leaves, especially if you ask the industrial sectors where the employees are predominantly men. And in fact, that's one problem of the Finnish system, is that the segregation in the labor market is still quite high. You have more women working for the public sector, more men for private sector. Between occupations, there are huge differences. Luckily, times have changed, and now all the employers together think that, okay, the costs, the possibilities of parenting should be more equally divided between the employers as well as between the parents. Because, of course, in the end, it's somehow, one way or the other, it's the employers paying for the time off. So we think that we are not going in the right direction, unfortunately, with this reform of the family schemes in Finland, because it's more expensive than it was. It doesn't help women to get their foot in the labor market earlier after having a child. As a conclusion, I would say the role of law and collective agreements, how you look at this, it's clear that the law can steer people in the right direction. Sometimes the attitudes change quite slowly, so that the family leaves, for instance, could be earmarked to make it more likely that the fathers use them. Because there is evidence that long leaves increase gender pay gap, gender income gap, and hamper women's career advancement. The social partners have a role in this, but this is, of course, very much depending on the country where you look at. So social partners in Finland have traditionally a very strong role, meaning that they do have sector-level collective agreements. They are member of participating in the tripartite work. We don't have national collective agreements anymore, but the sector ones are quite widely spread, so that about 90% of Finnish employees are covered by a collective agreement or another. And then, of course, more and more, there's the discussion how much the workplace level organization of flexible work arrangements, flexi time, etc., are handled on a workplace level, meaning that you can have a contract, you can have a employer policy, you have other options, but meaning that all the different levels of the system do have a role in advancing gender equality, also work-life balance. But it's up to the countries to decide how. And of course, the Nordic model is one example. But sometimes I think that the Nordic model, at least the Finnish model, is still up to date. But it risks being too stiff or too old-fashioned for the modern days of working, where flexi time, telework are becoming more and more, let's say, common. Even after the COVID, it's quite likely that the situation will be different in the future. So this is, in a nutshell, how we think the employers in Finland think that the regulations on family leaves, on childcare services can really help with equality and work-life balance. And that would be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kallio, for sharing your Finland's experience, and huge appreciate from our team. And best wishes from Riga to goes to Finland. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I would have loved to be there rather than here in Finland.
Exactly. I would say the same, but the time is how it is, and probably the next year or after 2 years, we're going to meet in a live conference on the place. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Mēs dodamies tālāk un
We are switching over and heading ahead from north to south. And the next speaker, we have Mr. Yanis Sideropoulou, Policy Expert, Employment and Labour Market, Hellenic Federation of Enterprises. Mr. Yanis.
From Athens.
Hello. Yanis, so we have time as much we have, and I would say the stage is yours, and we are open to see and hear what you're going to say to us.
Okay, hello to everybody. Congratulations for your effort and for this excellent Congress. I would like to start saying a few words about our federation. So we, as Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, we have a long-lasting history of over 110 years of existence, and we are the main social partner on behalf of employers. Our companies and our members count for 10% of the total employment in Greece, and we contribute for more than 23% of social taxes. That means that our companies pay more than double than the national average. We count also approximately 40% of sales and profits, and this is our contribution to the economy. So what do we do as CEF, Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, to promote gender equality? It's many years that we have developed the Women in Positions working group, and in this working group we have a lot of top executives and other managers working on that, and mostly to develop women careers. Since 2012, if I remember well, we have developed with a university, a very reputable university, Alba, in Athens, a specific learning series in order to develop also women in their career advancement. Last year, we have started working in a new European project called Embracive in order to develop diversity and foster inclusion in the workplace. And last but not least, our employees are 56% women, which is not very high number, but it is 10% above national average. In national average, we are approximately 50% men and women working. And unfortunately, it is 2/3 of unemployed that are women, which is very tough number. So why do we need that? We need a gender perspective on work-life balance. Our colleague from Eurofound explained that very comprehensively, but as you can see, women work more in total. It's obvious. So in Greece, unfortunately, we are very low in gender equality. Our colleague from Eurofound. So we are very low in gender equality index. This is explained mostly from the fact that our companies are extremely low compared to the European average. 97.5% of our companies count for less than 10 employees. So, and this leads also to a difference, significant difference in earnings on average. Then, is something changing in our country? Yes, of course it is changing. There are two recent laws developed and help us minimize the gender gap. And in nowadays, actually within this month, our parliament is adopting Convention 190 from ILO on sexual harassment and violence at the workplace. In the last point, you see there is an initiative, extremely interesting initiative, gender equality badge for all these companies that want to promote gender equality. This badge is given by the Ministry of Labor. So what is happening actually in the field? Last October, we have made a survey to most of the big companies in Greece, and we found that diversity management is a corporate value, as you can see, and it is obvious for us that most of these companies are multinationals, and they also have a formal diversity policy, including gender issues. However, we see there is a room for improvement in business environment. Unfortunately, there is a large amount of women that have experienced sexual harassment at work. And actually nowadays we are suffering from a similar issue, which is in top priority in the society. So I'm presenting you now a few good practices, and I assume later on our colleague Fragiski will present specific cases in Alpha Bank. So, good practice that we have found through our survey, return to work program. This program has 5 steps, and it is intending to assist all employees, including women, to take a step back in their career, think their next steps, and most important, have the link with the existing employer. Second good practice is targeted job placement for women. We in Greece, and as I assume all companies in Europe, we suffer from lacking of IT specialists. So there is an initiative from a multinational IT consultancy firm to address a program, a reskilling program, especially for women. It is not guaranteed the job placement, but as we see from the results, most of the women that are willing to take the position after completing the program are already selected and working in many companies. So there are some other good practices. I think that the most important from our side is the second one, exemption from night shifts, because it covers mostly women working in production, which is very important for women in order to cover the so-called work-life balance. The last one, the manual on writing inclusive gender-neutral job adverts, we see it in many companies, but it's not only writing, it's also posting and developing the selection, the recruitment selection, in order to be gender equality. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to share our opinions, and we are pleased to answer any questions, if any.
Thank you, Yanis. Thank you for your presentation. And as I see at our chat right now, there is no questions. So, but please stay a little bit while after next speaker. We will have the Q&A question. If we will have any questions, get in the chat. So, thank you very much. Nākamā mūsu lektore, es varu teikt, ir ļoti.
The next speaker is very experienced human HR manager for 25 years and has joined Alpha Bank Greece and is a chief HR officer. Miss Frangiski Melissa, welcome.
Yes, hello, I can hear you well. Shall I upload my presentation?
Yeah. Okay, the presentation is loading. And Frangiski, I want to say quickly best wishes from Riga. And as right now in the virtual webinars, we cannot make you applause, so they're doing that kind of quiet applause. So applause for you. So as I stand, the presentation is ready, and the stage is yours. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Good morning from sunny Greece. I'm sorry, I'm just having some problems with the echo, so that's why I'm holding my earphone. Okay, my presentation today is related to work-life balance and the gender dimension. I would like to walk you first a little bit about the impact of COVID, which I guess that it is not specific for our country. I guess listening to the previous speakers, these are areas that have already been discussed about how COVID influenced the life of our employees in the organizations. So probably you will hear the same things. It was a sudden disruption of our everyday life. I dare to say that there were a lot of positive things, but also some negative ones. On the positive ones, Alpha Bank didn't have any practice of working remotely. However, due to the pandemic, we were actually obliged in a way, in a very short period of time, to turn our life on the virtual side and to start working remotely. Currently, as we speak, we are working 70% from home and 30% from the office, something which was completely unique for a bank like Alpha Bank, since of course there were plans for digitalization, but not so fast and not to the extent that happened during the pandemic. So this was a boost for the remote working, for the virtual working, which made us everybody very pleased. Unfortunately, the conditions were not the ones that we wanted to. However, we take the good things out of it. Despite this, though, we had a disruption of a work-life balance, especially for the employees that they had kids. They were living with elderly people. So you will see in a while a research that we did, especially to see what was the impact on their psychological well-being. And of course, we experienced a kind of reduced employee engagement, especially at the beginning, Nowadays, I would say that people are already used to this new way of working, and things are becoming progressively better. In terms of the emotional well-being, we also realized that we had increased levels of stress and uncertainty, and also the personal relations of the employees, they have been impacted basically due to the self-isolation. Now, talking about women, which is the topic of our discussion today, we also saw that the women start changing a little bit their role, considering that they went back to the traditional gender role of primary caregiver. And the reason I'm saying that is that we received numerous calls from female colleagues that they experienced a lot of problems because, as I mentioned before, they were staying at home either with the kids, schools are closed, we are under a lockdown for many months right now, so they had to take care of the kids and also manage the expectations of the kids through the virtual learning, which was also something unusual for Greece, but also at the same time taking care of elderly people, especially the ones that they were living with them at the same house. And we had some conflicting responsibilities between home and work, multitasking, continuous interruptions. We had kids actually joining the meetings, which was pleasant for us, but sometimes created some kind of tension to the employees, especially when they had to present. But this was, as I mentioned before, at the beginning, things are getting smoother nowadays. Looking at the situation, we saw that maybe we should run some pulse survey, especially at the beginning of the pandemic, to see and to feel the employees, to hear their concerns, their problems, etc. So very soon, in the April 2020, we ran a pulse survey addressing 7,000 almost employees, and we had numerous findings based on which we immediately took action that you will see in a while. But most important here, we see the differences between male and female, the gender, I would say, inequality on the way that they felt the pandemic. So you see, it is obvious that especially in terms of level of stress, we had more stress on female colleagues. They had the perception that their development and career opportunities are being disrupted, especially, I don't see a lot of difference here. The work tasks and also the work-life balance were also topics that we saw slightly higher dissatisfaction from the female colleagues. So looking at these results and thinking of what we should do immediately to address all of these problems and increase the engagement of our employees, we came up with an idea, which was a program, a big program, I would say. We named it Stay Connected, and we decided, actually, it is almost a year now that we came up with this program to focus on specific pillars that they were related with their work, with their life, and the culture. In terms of work, we started massive trainings on digital tools and remote working. I have to say that here in Alpha Bank, we have a multi-generational, I would say, workforce, but the average age is approximately 45, with a lot of employees that they're above 50, which made their life a little bit more difficult in order to familiarize themselves very fast on the digital tools and also on the remote working. So that's why we thought that reskilling is one of our main priorities, and we start, as I mentioned, numerous trainings on how they should use the digital tools, the remote working, and how to manage virtual teams, because approximately 2,000 employees have a managerial or supervisory responsibility, so they had to manage their teams remotely. In terms of their life, we did care about their well-being, so we started coaching sessions, even nutrition sessions, gym sessions, and most importantly, as I mentioned before, for the women, that we thought that there is an overburden because of the dual roles, we launched the Parents Academy, where psychologists and doctors, they were responsible to talk with the parents and help them to address the issues at home, especially the ones that they have kids and also teenagers, on how to deal with this awkward situation. And it was very well perceived, considering that approximately every time we launched a session, which is on a weekly basis, and sometimes on a daily basis, we had approximately 1,000 participants attending. Finally, last but not least, we did care about their fun time, so we paid attention on the cultural side, and we gave free tickets, considering that a lot of theatrical plays nowadays they run online, so they had the chance during outside of working hours to attend a lot of theatrical plays. Also, we changed our policies. We gave specially for mothers of young children and caregivers, and of course the state also helped us in this direction. We also provided flexible work, and we covered all the nursery expenses related with the COVID. We increased the communication. Personally, myself and the other members of the executive committee, we visited the branches, because the branches remained open despite the fact that everybody was working from home. Especially the first days, this was not a possibility for the branches. So we offered medical advice, we had professional psychologists, and we continue having Q&A sections on the intranet if they had any issues, to resolve them immediately. And as I mentioned, we continue the pulse surveys in order to see what are the issues and to come up with action plans immediately. Now, moving on the diversity side, I would say that we decided that it is obvious that during periods of crisis, diversity becomes even, it is already an issue, but it becomes even more, considering the issues that I mentioned about female colleagues before. So we thought that we should embark a journey in the middle of the crisis on setting up a diversity and inclusion policy, which did not exist to the extent that we would like to before in the bank. So with a vision to promote an inclusive culture, we focused on 4 pillars that they were related on the gender balance, multiple generations. As I mentioned before, we have from baby boomers to millennials. So we have a lot of employees on different ages. Disability, we do have employees with special needs, disability needs, and we also thought that although we are a little bit behind as a country, to start focusing on the sexual orientation and to empower our LGBT colleagues. The reality is, because I don't want to sound very optimistic, that we have already started focusing on the gender balance with the aim to, of course, follow an aggressive plan, an optimistic plan, I would say, for the rest of the pillars. So talking about the women, we have already started establishing the right policies and principles. The 55% of the population are women. 50% of the new hires, we make sure that they are women, and this was the case in 2020. Almost 60% of last year's promotions, they were also appointed to women. We have a groundbreaking maternity policy. We cover full play school expenses. Only last year, we spent 6.7 million for play school expenses, and also we have specially for mothers of young children, which we made it even more intense nowadays due to COVID. And then we decided that maybe we should start addressing the issue of diversity, start focusing on the root of the problem, which is that the new generation, they are not so empowered as they should be in order to progress in their life stages in a way that we would like to see them differently, at least in the banking sector. So the idea was to start targeted programs to empower women, and also we have 5 or 6 programs to be launched as we speak. And here you can see some of them. We have already a program which we name Aware, Alpha Women, Authentic, Resilient, Empowered, addressing to middle-aged women, 100 women across all age groups, focusing on their strengths and providing them coaching sessions. We are planning to have a Silver Aware program, which is for women that they are at an early retirement status or are eligible for pension. And since we see that there is a lot of eagerness and energy to continue working even after Alpha Bank, we collaborate with NGOs for senior citizens. Now, of course, we go on the other side, which is the women at the beginning of their career. We realize that we do not have a lot of women that they really want to follow the banking sector. So we thought that maybe we should start with the women when they are still teenagers or young students. And that's why you see these 2 programs here that we named Alpha Parents and Daughters and Young Female Investors. And we are planning during the school breaks to bring daughters of Alpha Bank employees, but also other young female students to come and join us and start teaching them basic financial skills. I maybe forget to mention that one of our visions is to educate the Greek society to contribute more on the financial literacy. And I think this is the golden opportunity by focusing on the diversity, on the female diversity, to start with the girls, teaching them basic financial skills and maybe some principles on the investment banking. Now, two more programs, She for He and He for She. Probably you have heard the He for She. We thought that we should play a little bit with the She for He, aiming to use our female senior executives act as coaches for the newly onboarded employees. But at the same time, we thought that maybe she themselves should receive some training on things that probably they are not so familiar with, like technology, digital, and that's why we invented the reverse mentoring program, where our senior female executives will be taught from the young generation on topics that probably they're not familiar with. Similar program, Trading Alpha Brains, meaning that we will have business couples from different divisions exchanging knowledge, exchanging experience, and in a way building a learning organization. What we have achieved up to now, the last year I would say was a catalyst for us, because we managed to increase, as you can see here, the female participation at the higher level of the organization. So you see in 2019 we had only 8% as a female participation. We jumped to 15 in 2020. And the same applies for the EXCO, 0% in 2019. As we speak, we have 10%. And if we will go to the level of directors, general managers and executive general managers, here you see another uplift of 6 to 16%. We are particularly happy because our bank was one of the three major organizations in Greece that we received. We were in the list of the Global Index for Gender Equality, the Bloomberg Gender Equality Index, and of course, that gave us the courage to continue even more investing on female diversity. Last but not least, how the new normal will look like. I borrowed a quote from Gloria Steinman that I believe that we should get rid of the word gender, and everybody should be themselves. The passion for me is to create, from my identity as an HR professional, a culture where everybody can be themselves, regardless of sexual orientation, ethnicity, social status. But as you can see, we do not know yet how the future will evolve. We are getting prepared for a hybrid situation. My dream is to segment our employees, because we're an organization of 10,000 employees. So my dream is to segment our employees and try to offer as much as personalized service to all of them in order to help them not only to be themselves, but feel equally well no matter what crisis we have to encounter in the future. That's it from my side. Thank you very much for the time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Melissa. I would say there's few words that absolutely compliments from my side and from Latvia, the huge diverse effort to hold on and put together and move forward this equality for different kind of genders. One more thing I want to put one more timeline under is how you and your team reacted in the COVID-19 crisis. So this stay connected, my life, my work, my culture. This was really good, really good. I would say that a lot of companies should put the copy-paste in this idea. Melissa, one quick question before you go away, and I know that you have the next meeting. We have a question in our chat. Can you give your comments about what is this menopause policy? So what is your comments about this policy, the menopause policy?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay.
There is a lot of noise.
One more time question is, what is a menopause policy?
I'm afraid I cannot hear you very well.
You cannot hear me? So we check the microphones. So you can hear me right now?
I think so, yes.
Okay, right now you can hear me.
I can hear you, but there's some echo in your voice, but I will try to understand your question.
Okay. The question one more time is, can you give your comments about what is menopause policy?
Menopause policy?
Yes. Menopause policy.
Can you elaborate on that?
Okay, I understand that we don't have connection. Okay, then I will say thank you very much for you, Melis. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, I
It's
can't
okay.
hear you.
It's okay. Thank you very much for your time, and one more time, best wishes from Latvia to sunny Greece, as you said before. Thank you. So maybe I can give this question our previous speakers, Mr. Kallio and Yanis. You are here still in our conference?
Yes.
Yes.
Gentlemen, maybe you can give some comments about this menopause policy.
May I?
Yeah, Yanis, welcome.
Okay. This was an initiative by two of our companies that we surveyed that last year, and this policy was addressed to women mostly above the age of 45 years, and they were giving support to medical exams, days off, leaves, in order to help to adapt to the changing needs of their bodies as they become older and they enter into that age. This is all I can conclude from this policy. Unfortunately, there are a lot of private issues that we cannot enter into that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ilari, maybe you have also some comments about this one.
Well, I'm not aware that we would have similar policies in Finland. In fact, of course, there's one part of the, let's say, equal treatment of workers includes then the healthcare services, and that is an extensive area as well. In Finland, usually the employers, what they are obliged to do is organize this kind of working environment is healthy for the worker. On top of that, many employers then organize also healthcare, so that it's occupational healthcare for the employees, including, well, depending on the worker or the workplace. I mean, it can be anything from the basic healthcare needs to specialized treatment. So, but I can't tell of a similar example at this case.
Okay, gentlemen, I would say thank you very much for you both, and good luck in Greece and also in Finland. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mēs, dāmas un kungi, cienījamie skatītāji.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forwards, and I would like to remind that you can ask questions in our chat. So the balanceforall.eu, and the next block or next session is family support. So, family support, adapting support and work environment for parents and carers. But of course, there is a question why employer should take care of families if they are paying salaries. But during this session, we will look at the example of Slovenia and Ireland. And speaking about Slovenia, I will just tell in short what will be the next speaker in 2019. Dr. Živa Hummer was appointed in the board of Child and Family Council, and also she is participating in a network for poverty reduction, and she will speak about positive influences on herself, on her family, so that we men can be consistent, we can cooperate, and also do everything to care for our families.
Živa Hummer from Slovenia. Živa, hello, how are you?
Hello to everyone. Regards from sunny Ljubljana and from my home office. I would like to thank you for this invitation to this great and very interesting conference. Even though it would be great to be with you in person, of course, but it is as it is nowadays. And it is in the same amount of greatness that the technology enable us to be together, at least online.
Yes.
Just a short question. Will you share my PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah, just a quick second. We are sharing your presentation. Yes, it is ready.
Thank
it
you
is
so
ready.
much.
So take your time.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
So a successful work-life balance, if we can go to the next slide, depends on the intersection of three levels: societal, organizational, and individual, of course. And in my presentation, I would like to point to all three levels with the main focus on the organizational level. In the introductory part, I will present the main insights of the societal and individual levels on the example of Slovenia, while in the main part, I will focus on the organizational level by pointing some good practices examples of companies in Slovenia as well as broader in Europe. Before we go to the societal level, let me just point out that work-life balance needs to be understood in the broadest sense of the word, which at the level of companies, of course, includes measures for self-care as well as measures enabling employees to take care of others, children, their partners, elderly family members, friends, and so on. So if I now say a few words about the context of the societal level, Slovenia has a tradition of a dual career model with women full-time participating in paid jobs since 1960s. This has been supported by the state with leave policies and childcare system. Generous maternity and parental leave policies were established in the second half of the 70s, so during the socialist times, and the paternity leave policy in 2003. So it was in the process of joining Slovenia, the European Union. In Slovenia, as you can see on the slide, the currently applicable paid leave scheme consists of 105 days of maternity leave, 30 days of paternity leave, and 260 days of parental leave, which can be shared among partners. Maternity, paternity, and parental allowances are 100% paid, and they base on the employment status. If paternity leave for fathers, please, if we can go to the next slide, if the paternity leave for fathers was a great success, and it is still a great success as more than 80% of men who are entitled to it use it, it is just the opposite as with the parental leave, where only now already less than 6% of fathers use it. Besides the involvement of fathers by using paternity and parental leave, it is also important to emphasize their involvement in earlier stages, like the presence of fathers at childbirth. In Slovenia, we see the increase in participation of men at childbirth in hospitals, and this percentage increased from almost 72% in 2007 to 80% in 2018. The latest policy changes provide an additional 10 days of paid paternity leave for fathers of twins or more live births, and an additional day of paid leave for working parents, so for men as well as for women working in private and public sectors, to accompany the child on the first school day of the first year of elementary school. Besides the paternity and parental leave, it is also necessary to say that the collective agreements in Slovenia determine between 1 to 3 days of fully paid absence from work taken by men when the child is born. And this regulation was preserved from socialist times, from the socialist system. Let me just say a few words about the childcare system. Childcare system in Slovenia is based on widely accessible and subsidized network of kindergartens for children in the age from 1 to 6, and later on also by meals and childcare in the primary schools. For the kindergartens, just to say a few words more, about 2/3 of children in the age from 1 to 3 is attending kindergartens in Slovenia, while around 90% of children from the age of 3 to 6, when they start the elementary school, are attending kindergartens. The majority of kindergartens in Slovenia are public, which means 88%, while 12% of kindergartens are private. If we can go now to the individual level, to the next slide, the latest survey of men as fathers in Slovenia was done in 2015, and the results showed that fathers perceive their role in its entirety, so including emotional support for the child, financial support of the family, spending leisure time with the child, supporting children in everyday tasks. The study also showed us that as many as 80% of fathers are facing conflicts in work-life balance, where worst positions are the men on the opposite ends of the employment spectrum, which means fathers in precarious working conditions and fathers in managerial and leading positions. If we can go to the next slide. At the Peace Institute, where I work as a researcher, we do mainly research and policy work, but also we are also organizing trainings for employers and employees. And we are collaborating with companies from public and private sectors for more than 15 years. In our work, we address caring fatherhood in relation to work-life balance, such as we did in the project Fostering Caring Masculinities, or in the project Fathers and Employers in Actions, and we are continuing with this work in the project Action That. But we are also, if you can move to the next slide, we are also focusing more broadly on men in caring for others. So not only for children, but also for the elderly, for the partners, friends, and so on. And we are doing this in the current project, Men in Care project, Workplace Support for Caring Masculinities. And if we can move to the next slide. And in this European project, Men in Care, we identified good practices of companies in work-life balance in Spain, Poland, Norway, Austria, and in Slovenia. And now, first, I will talk about this organizational level. For Slovenia, we identified and researched, meaning that we did interviews in the following companies: Donar DO, Mikro Plus Polo DO, Zaubermacher Komunala, Murska Sobota DO, and the Slovenian police. And here I will present some good practices of measures which enable quality work-life balance of employees. One is definitely shorter working time, meaning 6 hours working day. The pioneer company in Slovenia, which introduced shorter working week, is Donar DO. This company is one of the key players in design furniture, focusing on production of ergonomic chairs with highest environmental standards. In April 2018, basically 2 years ago, the company made a step further in following its vision, less is more, and introduced this shorter working time. The owner of the company said, and I would like to quote him, having observed the work processes in the company for a while, we realized people worked efficiently for 6 hours at the most. The goal was to improve productivity, not with more hours, but with better quality work. End of quotation. So officially, employees still have 8 hours working day, and their social contributions, including, which is very important, pension period, are calculated as for the standard working time, given that the labor legislation in Slovenia does not enable shorter working time without reduction in labor rights. So the employees continue also to receive the same salary as for 8 hours working day. And after 6 months of testing this employment model, the leadership in Donor DO, they reported that the employees were less tired, they experienced less work-related health problems, while the performance did not decrease. So in a way, win-win situation. The owner also says that the employees now have more time for their families, and they have fewer problems, so they are consequently more diligent at work. And what is more, relationships in the company also improved. And step further, work processes are now planned more carefully. Shorter working time enabled the company optimization and economization of working processes, keeping most of the employees and even improve their working conditions, including salary, as I already said, which were not reduced. So better work-life balance was also an effect of this experiment. Then we have company's canteen. As in Micro plus Polo company, this company is the largest Slovenian supplier of laboratory accessories, equipment, chemicals, and diagnostics. And in addition to covering the costs of commuting to work and a meal during the workday, which is a statutory employee's right in Slovenia, Micro plus Polo, they also provides free breakfast for employees in the company's canteen. And with this, the management aims to increase the general well-being and satisfaction of all employees, and specifically to encourage self-care in healthy nutrition for all employees. The next measure I would like to mention is unlimited paid leave, also introduced in Micro plus Polo company. This is the unique and also for Slovenia pioneer work-life balance measure. Employees use this unlimited paid leave instead of sick and care leaves because it is paid 100%, while sick leave is paid 80%. And it can be used for different personal projects, from traveling, for some extra situations, family situations, and they are reporting that on general, younger employees spend 5 days more than their statutory leave would be, while older employees spend less days compared to their statutory leave. After the introduction of this measure, the company also observed less sick leave, as employees rather take leave when they or their family or children or family members are sick, because sick leave is paid less, as I mentioned. They also reported better atmosphere, higher mutual trust, and less stress. So the management in the company assesses this measure as a win-win situation. Then what we also identified are that the flexibility and the individual approach in working arrangements, including working from home, flexible working time, are very important measures, especially flexible working time in terms of 1 to 3 hours of flexibility in the morning or in the afternoon. Of course, some of these measures are only possible in some companies and in some working places, and we must also know that working from home, so telework, is actually a practice which is nowadays very popular and kind of urgent, but of course there is a big difference between working from home before COVID period than nowadays, as it was already said in the morning. Also, self-care measures such as massage at workplace, personal competence coaching, personal development coaching, joint sport and social activities, psychosocial support, mediation, these were all observed in all 4 identified companies in Slovenia. What is also crucial is supportive and sensitive management to work-life balance measures and solidarity among co-workers in regard to one's work-life balance needs. And these were also observed in all 4 companies. If we can move now to the next slide, besides Our Men in Care project partners in Poland, Spain, Norway, and Austria also emphasized the importance of the following work-life balance measures, also related to men, of course, measures related to working time, such as 35 hours working week, flexible working hours, also telework to reduce travel, and compressed work days. Then the management's role as role models for work-life balance measures for men and women in the company, in terms of their sensibilization, and also implementation of work-life balance measures in the company on the company level. Then the role models of caring masculinities among employees. Communication strategies, including companies' policies not to send emails, for example, after certain hours in the afternoon or in the evening, support to employees when they are returning to work after long period, also training, educational events such as workshops, webinars, trainings, meetings about gender stereotypes, parenthood, care, child raising, using work-life balance solutions, healthy lifestyle, and so on. And basically, and more generally, organizational culture of transparent communication, openness, cooperation, and mutual support of employees. So to conclude, there is a great need and potential to improve work-life balance conditions and organizational cultures for caring masculinities, and wider to integrate work-life balance measures involving care for children, for partners, elderly family members into the organizational cultures. Next slide, please. And what is there for men? As I emphasized in the beginning, so paternity and parental leave. If we are speaking for Slovenia, 1 to 3 days of paid leave at the birth of the child, intended for fathers. Male care role models, which is extremely important, especially in the working environments where there are many, which are more male-dominated areas. Then peer-to-peer exchange information about the rights and possibilities for work-life balance, which can be also highlighted as examples of good practice. And there's my last slide. So if we can move, thank you. Men's involvement in care obligations in their private lives have positive effects in their on themselves, on children, on partners and other family members, as well as on employers, on the companies where they work, and of course, this also means on the whole society. Thank you very much for your attention.
Gila, thank you very much for you, and a huge appreciation for your presentation. Gila, please stay here for a while, because after next speaker we can have the Q&A session, so probably we will have some questions in our chat. So thank you very much one more time, and see you after, I would say, 10-15 minutes in our Q&A session. Turpinot tālāk, dāmas kungi, mēs...
Ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing, and we are looking again to Ireland. And inclusiveness, family support, inclusion and diversity, shaping organizational culture. Mr. Shane Kelly, head of Diageo in Society Europe, Diageo PLC, and that is action plan for a decade by a more inclusive and more sustainable world. Mr. Shane has been also CEO and also concentrating and focusing on the climate change, and he has a master's degree in political science, and he is working in a Diageo. I think that everyone has bought some soft drink in Latvia, and majority of them are coming from Diageo, which is one corporate organization.
Global beverage company Diageo, Mr. Shane Kelly. Shane, hello, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Well, good morning from a not so sunny Dublin, but that's just the norm in Dublin, I'm afraid.
Yes, here I heard before from previous speaker who's also from Dublin. She said, yeah, the Weather Coast professional said that there was a sunny time, but it's not sunny. So Shane, it's happened. So Shane, tell us about your presentation and your experience, how to manage together an organization culture.
Sure. You can see my screen. Am I okay?
So we will check it. Yes, we can see your screen.
Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, I'm going to speak for maybe 10, 15 minutes at most, because I think that the interesting part of these things are often the conversations and the Q&As that come after that. But thank you very much for the opportunity to join this conference and to be with you today. I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity to speak about the progress we have made in Diageo around equality, and especially including our discussion and decisions that we've made on parental leave for our employees. I'm going to talk a little bit about equality in general, but with a little bit more focus on our parental leave policies. In case you aren't familiar with Diageo, we are the leader in beverage alcohol, operating in 180 countries around the world with over 200 brands. And if you haven't heard of Diageo, I'm sure you will have heard of some of our brands like Johnny Walker or Guinness, Smirnoff, Bailey's, Tanqueray, to name but a few. And you might not associate a company or an alcohol company as being a leader in gender equality, but women have always played a key role in Diageo's business. And we've been named amongst the top 25 diverse and include companies for the 4th consecutive year in the most recent Refinitiv Diversity and Inclusion Index, improving on our 4th place from last year. So we're up to number 2, which is good. But I'll be frank, there's still a long way to go in terms of our journey on this issue. Whenever I'm asked about how we've made progress, my answer always comes down to 2 things: ambition and action. A commitment at the highest level to make change happen, and the action on the ground to make that vision a reality. Our commitment to gender equality and equality at work more broadly in the business stems from our view, and I have no doubt that it's shared with the people in this virtual room, is that an inclusive and diverse business is not just a moral imperative, but it's also a business imperative. When we talk about areas that are of critical importance to Diageo in terms of delivering our policies in this area, there are 4 key areas, and I'm not going to talk about all 4. I'm only going to talk about 2 today. But those are leadership, role models, purpose and advocacy, and then industry-leading policies and processes and targets. And for the purposes of our conversation today, I'm going to speak a little bit about leadership, but I'll focus more broadly on our policies are around equity, and particularly on parental leave. So around a decade ago, Diageo's executive committee consisted entirely of men. There were no women on our executive committee a decade ago. Now, currently, women make up 60% of our board and 38% of our executive committee. And more broadly, our ExCo is a team of highly successful men and women representing, a large number of nationalities, speaking multiple languages, and have, traveled and had careers all around the world. At Diageo, the starting point for driving change was a clear commitment and ambition from the top: the board, the CEO, and the executive committee. The real shift, I think, happened after Ivan Menezes, who is our current CEO, was appointed. I think Ivan has led on this issue and has a personal commitment that can't be understated in terms of its impact. He fully owns the idea of having a diverse leadership population and a diverse employee base. Ivan himself is recognized by Management Today, Financial Times, and Women's Business Council as a male agent for change for women in business. The key thing here is that leaders must own the agenda for a more equal and equitable workforce, and they must take personal. It must be personal to them, and I think Ivan and our executive committee have been extremely successful in doing that. And I think if you take that from where we were 10 years ago, having no women on our executive committee, to now having 60% of our board being women. Just last week, Diageo was named the #1 company in the UK for female leadership representation in the Hampton-Alexander review, or the Hampton-Alexander review, should I say. So that will show you just the transformation over the last decade in terms of the direction of travel that we have been going on as a company. So I think the key message here as part of this discussion is that we need to get the fundamental policies and processes and targets in place. And I think this is the critical piece around measuring and balancing both ambition for the company, but also the action on the ground. And having the ambition is wonderful, and setting lofty goals and really stretching targets, I think, is really positive and really sets the direction and the tone of the company. But also having in place the policies that drive that change, that facilitate that ambition, is critical for a business such as ours, and a business with more than 35,000 employees and operating across 180 countries. Having those policies in place are really critically important. And for us, I think having those robust policies are I think fundamental to that success. So the ambition for change is never enough. We strongly believe that change is delivered through ambition and action. We have set targets for our global senior leadership team, a group of roles that's just below our exec level, around participation. We're currently at 38%. We want to make that to 50% by 2030. So we're well on our way to achieving and delivering our ambitions. It has been essential to shape robust policies and practices and put those in place to support the recruitment, retention, and progression of talent, particularly for women. We recruit 50% women from our graduate programs. We ensure we have diverse talent slates from our recruitment policies, and we focus on methods of attracting talent, unbiased assessment selection processes, and building relationships and talent pipelines well ahead of time for us as a business. So we're also unequivocal. I think it has to be said that we hire the best person for the job, but we give ourselves the best opportunity, I think, to hire women as part of that process. And it's been important for us to invest in that culture, and I'll speak a little bit more about culture in a second. Within the company, we're creating an environment where women particularly want to work and where they can have thriving, successful, fulfilling careers. Flexible working is well established in Diageo. We don't have a culture of presentism. We don't clock in or clock out. People don't check whether you're sitting at your desk or not. It's normal for people to work from home, to manage their schedule in a way that works for them and for the business. We've also invested in technology and supports, as so many of us have at the moment. I don't know whether it's a positive thing or a negative thing, but we have, long before COVID was a challenge, we have become very accustomed to using Zoom and other technological support. So we've been living in the virtual world in many ways for a little bit longer, which I'm not sure is positive or negative, but we've been there. For many years, I think the culture of Diageo has included a strong focus on growing and developing our people, and we have both formal and informal mechanisms through which people are coached. And we want inclusive leaders who help to create a workplace where people feel heard, feel valued, and each person is respected for their own unique contribution and viewpoint. From a Diageo perspective, that's critically important. But to focus for a little moment on parental leave, and I think this is probably where Diageo has made its boldest step and has taken its boldest step in the last short few years. In 2019, we announced that we were equalizing parental leave for all of our employees, offering both men and women equal 52 weeks parental leave, with the first 26 fully paid. And as you can imagine, at a global policy level, that's quite the challenge, because there are lots of local regulatory issues, there are local legal issues. Some countries actually have more extensive parental leave, which is fantastic. The vast majority of countries obviously have significantly less than that. So it's a big step change for the business, a big step change culturally, a big step change within the organization, and for our employees, you know, a huge change in how the business views and supports the roles of family and supports that within the business. And this policy applies regardless of gender, regardless of sexual orientation, or whether our employees became parents biologically, via surrogacy, or through adoption. We believe that true equality in the workforce requires fundamental changes to a broad range of workplace practices, including a shake-up of policies and cultural norms around parental leave. I mean, we've long felt it's important that we change the conversation in business from women having babies to people having children, and the policies, you know, we need to put policies in place that support that conversation and support that practice. You know, since, if we take Ireland as an example, since we launched our family leave policy in 2019, our employees' use of parental leave has increased significantly. I think from 2019 to June 2020, so the first year really of it being in practice at a global level, our employees took 163,000 parental leave days, and the average number taken by men has increased from 23 to 105. So you can see a dramatic shift in how families and men in particular are engaging with the parental leave process, how that works, and really in terms of how they find the support of the business to really invest in that early years time with their family, and I think that's critically important. So Diageo was the first large company, if we look at Ireland specifically, first large company in Ireland to offer equal paid paternity leave to all staff at any significant level. And if you think in Ireland where the parental leave policy has come from, in Ireland currently the statutory parental leave is 2 weeks. So we've moved from 2 weeks to 25 weeks as a company. So working in Diageo, you have a very different parental leave entitlement and policy than working in anywhere else really in Ireland. So the step change and the cultural change in Ireland has been significant. And the policy shift has already led to, you know, a national conversation on the issue of parental leave, and has also caused the shift, I think, in the policies of other large employers. So you're now seeing other large, particularly large employers, multinationals in Ireland, adopting and changing their policies, moving from, you know, 2 weeks, as I said, to maybe 12 weeks or 15 weeks, depending on the organization. So we're starting to see that, you know, once one company makes a big, bold statement, other companies follow suit and are leaning into that conversation. So the impact across society has been significant and also been hugely positive. So we're now starting to see that change in how supports for families and young people. So bold action not only benefits Diageo, but can also help trigger a wider cultural change, I think, and it encourages others to take those bold steps, and I promise you know, others will follow. But in terms of, you know, as I said at the beginning, you know, I think while we feel like we are making really good progress on the key metrics that we have set for ourselves in some of these areas, I mean, we've spoken today broadly about the gender and kind of parental leave conversation, and we're proud of the work that we've done, but we have so much more to do and so much more to learn as a company. You know, we've engaged, you know, we have so much more to do as a kind of a workforce, but we've engaged in a work right across all factors of diversity in our business, from LGBTQI to ethnicity, social class, intersectionality, diversity of thought. We've become a member of an organization called Open for Business. We've signed up to Race at Work Charter, and our CEO, Ivan Menendez, is the chairman of the Movement to Work organization, which is to encourage social mobility. We're building a culture, I think, that is self-reflective, and one where all leaders feel the responsibility to ensure everyone feels part of shared goals. And those are lofty words, but I think what we're demonstrating is we're putting the policies in place to ensure that those are followed through on. We feel we're committed to being accountable and measurable. We're thinking about our goals, we're thinking about our global context and the cultural nuances. And whilst what the approach that will work well in India may not necessarily work well in North America, but our purpose of celebrating life stays the same. Businesses collectively can make a huge difference, I think, in this area. And that's why forums like this are really important, and why we're really eager and enthusiastic about our participation and support for these conversations. The change we need to make, I think, won't happen overnight from a Diageo perspective, but it will happen if the right level of ambition and ultimately of action are in place. As senior leaders of organizations, I think we have the opportunity to encourage people to aspire to be the best that they can be in life. And if they feel included and if they feel they have a sense of belonging, I think the results speak for themselves, not only for us as an organization, but for the people who work here and ultimately the communities in which we operate and the communities in which the people that work for us live in. So that's all from me, I think. I don't have anything else to share. I'm really happy to have a broad conversation or answer questions or whatever makes sense.
All right, thank you very much, Shane. And a few questions from my side. Tell us more about the case of the company. What are the measures to introduce to work-life balance, and why you are doing it? So, and plus, the next question: do you have the same approach in Ireland and in other countries? Let's say United Kingdom, Netherlands, Italy, Spain, North America, or Australia. So our policy is different, or everywhere else? So society, the culture, the law, local laws, etc., etc.
Yeah, I think I think we are a global organization that has, as I say, operating in 180 countries. What we tend to do is try to implement global policies that we try to implement in as many of our locations as possible. There may be some small exceptions as to why that's not possible. There may be some local challenges or some local regulatory issues that we need to work around. But the ambition for the company is to have what we think are good policies implemented everywhere that we work. So the parental leave policy is a global policy. It operates in almost all of the countries in which we work, not all of them. There are some exceptions that we're currently working through and finding mechanisms to ensure that our parental leave policy is available to all of our employees. So hopefully, over the course of the next 12 months, I think we'll get to a really good place on that. But we start from the position of what makes sense for our employees, and then how do we make that work across all of the countries. Of course, like I said, what makes sense in India doesn't always necessarily make sense in Shanghai or in North America or the UK. But we are operating from a principle of let's start what we think is a good thing to do, and then figure out how we do that in all countries, rather than starting with what's the lowest common denominator that we think will work everywhere. So I think it's about being ambitious and setting really stretching targets for yourself, and then putting the processes and the building blocks in place that allow us to get there over time.
Yeah, exactly. You need to just adapt to different kind of situations, different kind of countries as well. Thank you very much, Shane. One more question goes to Živa. Živa, are you still here with us?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Tell us, please, your story on various measures to support work-life balance. What is the role of the awareness raising of fathers on work-life balance issues and creating a more family-friendly workspace culture?
Sorry, can you repeat, because I didn't hear you very well.
So tell us, please, your story on various measures to support work-life balance. What is the role of the awareness raising of fathers on work-life balance issues and creating a more family-friendly workplace culture?
Well, I think we need to be aware that as a human beings, we cannot divide, from 8 till 4, I'm a worker, from 4 in the afternoon till the evening, I'm a parent, father, mother, friend, and so on. So basically, as I said in my presentation, work-life balance is the combination of all 3 levels. The importance is on all 3 levels, and we need also to be aware or to understand that care work, which enables the society to function on everyday level, is something that concerns not only women but also men. And having this in mind, I think it's important, as we see in Slovenia, for example, when the paternity leave was introduced in 2003, there were also some campaigns about it. And, nowadays, or let's say in the last 20 years, it's completely everyday situation that you can meet fathers with their small kids in the parks, taking kids in the morning in the kindergarten, or accompanying them in the school in the first 3 years of elementary school. So this also the behavior of the way of living in terms of, let's say, caring masculinities is improving. And we can also see in the younger generation of men that they don't want to wait to have time when they are older to spend some time with their children, but they want to be there from the beginning. And we also need to know that, caring roles are different from parenting role to the caring roles of, of taking care of parents or other family members, partners, and so on. If I answered your question.
Yes, thank you, Gilles. And I also want to take one more time, thank you for your time and having you here with us today in our Balance for All conference. Thank you. And Shane, I also want to say thank you for you as well, and best wish goes to Ireland. And I just understand while you were having your presentation that we had been colleagues for a few years, because I had also connections with Diageo in some kind of case in local in Baltics with Captain Morgan Promotion Global Project, and I work with Dave Phillips from United States of America. So we had been colleagues for a few years. The small world,
Indeed.
Okay, thank you very much, and see you next time. Hopefully in the real place, in the real time. Thank you both. Okay, dāmas kungi, laiks doties tālāk.
Ladies and gentlemen, so we continue our work, and if you have not heard something, you hadn't time, but I just want to remind that everything is being recorded, and it will be available in balanceforall.eu. So there will be also information in social media, also in Twitter and Facebook, so in case you forget something. And I invite you and encourage you to feel free and ask questions also in Latvian. But the next block is very topical right now, taking into account the COVID-19 situation, so teleworking and flexibility. So in this session we will have 3 speakers from 3 different countries. And I wouldn't say that they are very small, but they are small in territory. Belgium, Latvia, and Austria. Those people will represent different companies and will tell about their samples that you can create teleworking. Successful flexibility is also there. So I would like to give floor to a colleague from Belgium, from Creative Opportunities and Marbles. This is a very interesting agency. Agency tries to change their situation right now. Their idea is to maximize happiness of their people and to remove rules. So no rules policy.
This will be very interesting. So this vision about happiness of employees, employees is very, very interesting. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we will hear about freedom of choice, how the employee involves. So freedom as a driver for employee engagement. We will hear the Mr. Tim Bergmans, so the floor is yours, and we will listen to your presentation.
For your agency working with maximizing the employees' happiness. So I just figured out, I want to give you a quick question before you start your presentation. So if we speak about the happiness barometer, at this very moment, from 1 to 10, what's how happy you are right now, the happiness barometer?
I am very happy to be talking here. It's Friday, the sun is shining in Belgium, so I'm quite happy.
Okay, but from 1 to 10, what will you give your number?
Let's say 8.
8,
We're still
okay.
with a COVID situation, so
Okay, there is still place for growing. Okay, Tim, the stage is yours, and we are very welcome and open to hear and see what you're going to say to us. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you everybody for listening. Today I would like to talk to you about how we create happiness for our employees. As said before, my name is Tim Bergmans, and I am the CEO at Marbles. And Marbles is a full-service communication agency based in Antwerp, in Belgium. And we have a team of about 17 people. And what sets us apart the most from other companies in Belgium is that we are a purpose-driven company. It means that we have defined our purpose and we make most of our decisions based on that purpose. And the purpose of Marbles is that we are marbles together. As flourishing people, we devise and we realize creative solutions worldwide with the aim of creating happiness. We know it sounds a little bit cheesy, but it's what we do. And in everything we do, from the decoration of our office to every tiny task we do for our clients, we ask ourselves if it contributes to our purpose to create more happiness in the world. And we know we can't just say we create happiness. We also have to have a clear strategy for happiness. And I can talk for hours about our vision on the world and how it should change. But today I'll be focusing on the HR part of happiness. And our HR strategy is based on the PERMA theory of Martin Seligman. That's an American psychologist who did research on positive psychology. And without going into detail on his research, there are 2 beliefs that we have that cover our HR strategy. And the first belief is that happy employees are the key for better results. Our goal is to create as much happiness as possible for the world. But in order to do so, we must first focus on ourselves, because we believe that you cannot make happy if you are not happy. And our second belief is that self-management is the best organizational form there is. And most of the companies and governments are hierarchy-based, and we know it works, it does the trick, but we are convinced that making decisions together outsmarts making decisions on your own. And we believe that a team is perfectly capable of managing themselves. So we have a purpose of creating happiness, and we have an HR strategy focused on employee happiness. It looks very nice on paper, but what are the things we actually do to create happiness? How do we create happy employees? Well, the short answer is by putting them in the driving seat to create the coolest company in the world. Back in 2016, when we started our self-managing teams, that was our goal, to become the coolest company in the world. And to start in becoming the coolest company in the world, we introduced full transparency. On almost everything, financial results, turnover, costs, profits, we are very transparent. Because we believe if we want to put the team in charge, we have to make sure they have access to all the information they need. And I said almost everything, because the last thing we have to make transparent are the wages. Today, it's not very transparent how much everybody's earning. And this is one of the next steps we are going to take in the coming weeks. We will create an experiment where teams go talk with each other about their own wages and how much everybody should earn, without any boss or any manager telling them which is good or which is bad. And back in 2016, when we started self-managing teams, one of the first things employees needed was freedom of work. The ability to choose for yourself when you want to work, where you want to work, and how you want to work. And some people, like for example me, I love starting early. Others don't like it at all. And some people love to work at the office. Others like to travel and work at the same time. For example, my colleague Simon, he went to Italy this summer to visit a friend. During the day, he was working in a co-working space, and after work, he was living the life in Rome. And no freedom of work, of course, without freedom of vacation. At Marbles, everybody is allowed to choose for themselves how many days of vacation they need. We do that because we do not believe that one general rule for everybody is the right approach to vacation. Some people need more time to get back in shape than others. Some people want more freedom during the day, to go to the dentist at 11 a.m. or, for example, without having to take a day off. And some people want to go road tripping for 3 weeks in Canada and still have the opportunity to stay at home between Christmas and New Year. So for us, it's a very logical decision. And since December, we even went a little bit further and we gave our employees more freedom. We threw away all our rules, we threw away all our policies. Everybody can decide for themselves what they should do. No more policies for external costs, no more fixed budgets for trainings. As long as the initiative you want to take benefits Marbles and benefits Marbles' purpose, you have the freedom to make the decision on your own. A lot of freedom here at Marbles, but that's a very nice thing. But we also have a lot of responsibilities we give to teams. For example, our teams, they do team evaluations. It means that you are not evaluated by one manager or one boss, but that you are evaluated by your own team, the people that work with you every day, because we are convinced that they truly know who you are and how good you perform better than any other manager or boss. They know exactly what you're doing good, what you should stop doing, and what you should do more. And we truly believe in the power of teams. They are capable of deciding what they need for themselves without anybody else telling them. So they are also well capable of deciding on their own if they need a new team member or if they need to let go of a team member. They know better than any other HR department what kind of characteristics they need in their team, which core skills they miss in the team. And they are also best placed to feel the negative energy of a team member that doesn't bring it. So they should also be able to make the decision to fire somebody. And it's not easy, but it works. And it works much better than any other manager or boss who makes a decision. And the last thing, 4 weeks in a year, we don't work for our clients. Every 3 months, we spend 1 week in Marbles on what we call innovation weeks. We make room for innovation, and sometimes we create real projects to drive innovation, such as a dashboard to show the real-time financial numbers of Marbles, or a new concept to inspire other people to think about happiness at work. But other times, we also have innovation weeks where we spend the whole week working on our self-management, creating stronger teams, working on frameworks that make self-management work better, translating our company purpose in clear targets, and the atmosphere is always very great because we are together and we are doing awesome things. And the last thing I'd like to share is our focus on everybody's personal purpose. We believe that finding your own purpose as a person is very important in order to be happy. And understanding what you are good at is relatively simple, but truly knowing what you love, what gives you an enormous amount of energy, is so hard. So we invite our colleagues to take part in our Peace of Mind training, where we go on a journey to find what is your own purpose. And there might be a chance that somebody realizes that working at Marbles is not something that connects with his or her purpose. But that's exactly the goal of what we're trying to do, because we don't want to have employees that work at Marbles if it doesn't make them happy. And there are still a lot of more things that we are doing, but all the things I showed to you, you might ask yourself if it really makes a difference. does it make our employees happier? And it's difficult to measure happiness on an objective scale, but what we do know are these numbers. Our average days of sick leave went from 8 days back in 2016 to an average of 2 days per person per year in 2020. The average days of vacation a person took went from 20 days to 30 days. So we gave them full freedom, and yet people are responsible enough not to abuse it. We saw a growth in employees from 6 employees back in 2016 to 17 employees today. We went with Marbles, we went from 1 company to multiple companies because we stimulate our colleagues to express their ideas so we can realize them together. For example, we created a new company called Looped who had advertising mirrors, or Kivalo, which is an online gift card system. And we are finding new employees got significantly easier. Back in 2016, we had so much struggles finding a few applications for a job opening. And today we get multiple spontaneous applications a week. So the difference is huge. And we know this might look like a good news show, but we know that we didn't get there just by introducing things. The team we are today is a result of hard work. It is a result of a team that dares to fail, dares to retry, dares to fall again and retry again. And the most important thing to remember is that it's possible to manage a company built on trust, not on rules. And that it even creates more engaged and happy employees. So that was it. I hope you enjoyed my short story about Marbles and the way we look at employee happiness.
Thank you, Tim, for sharing your knowledge, and thank you for at the end showing in the real numbers if it makes a difference to think about the employees' happiness. Thank you very much. Mēs, dāmas kungi, laižam tālāk.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the next speaker. He is here locally in Latvia, a company represented by Mr. Jānis Palkovnieks, Draugiem Group. So we know very well that Draugiem Group is a very good employer, very desired employer. So Jānis, hello. So you are here, the first speaker from Latvia. How are you? Hello, I'm fine. And I heard so good, nice introductory words, and I will try to tell within these 10 minutes what we are doing as a company to have happy employees. So to get out of them everything what you can squeeze out of them, so to say, with a smile. So the floor is yours, and we are ready to listen to you. Thank you. Draugiem Group is 11. This is 11 companies, and so we have some examples from different companies. But in general, we as a group we try to do everything together. So regardless of the different companies, whether it is office or a manufacturing place, so we try to make equal things. And so I will speak about places to understand that we are not working only in Latvia. This map shows where we have printful offices and production or partner productions. And also, so we have also a branch office in Tallinn, in Finland. So we are represented in many countries. We are in international companies with different employees. So not only Latvians, but also representatives of other nations, nationalities, and countries. So this is office building here in Latvia. So this we emphasize that we have wide spaces, we have public spaces, garden, greenery, flowers, plants, blossoming, so for people to feel nice, not to be in a gray building and gray place. This is one of the printful production places in USA, which we also in USA and also in Latvia and other places, we try to make our production sites in modern premises. so with technical parameters, so air quality, also energo efficiency of premises. So for people who work in our production, not to feel differently from people working in an office. So everybody should feel the same. And of course, always it is a story about people, not about facilities. And about when we speak about people, so everybody thinks that Draugiem or any other IT group has just programmers, only those who, and also programmers are those, they are all the same, they are introverts, they are extroverts, or they dress in one or another way, so that is not true. So we have not so many programmers actually. So here we see Printful team in North Carolina, and so you see people are so different of age, gender, skin color, also nationalities which are represented, and not all are born Americans. So also there is this difference and culture diversity, and it is very, very different. And if you remember how to ensure good environment for employees, so we have to think about things, but we understand that people are so very different, and people with children, they need one thing, people without children need another thing. So, and for them this life and work balance is different, and so we try to adjust all these issues for their needs, and so we cannot offer one and the same for everybody. So last year, already in September, when it was manifestations about the Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ, we decided to support and also donated to these communities, because we are of opinion that if our team includes, and for sure in our team we have such people, so who are discriminated in some country, or so we as a company should be respectful for. And so we have to respect these people, and in America they were also fighting that Latvian so we were very much insisting that unfavorable conditions are not imposed, and so we also received very much feedback from our employees that we as a company are supporting our employees, and so for people who are different, a different skin color or sexual orientation, or any other difference, that they are not discriminated, that they feel safe in our environment, in our company. And so we will always be protecting them, not only regarding questions of their work, but also their life issues. And about work and life balance, about this balance, as we are speaking today, so as we know, what is 24 hours? Or eight, so 8 hours we work, 8 we rest, and 8 hours we sleep, and this means 24 hours. This is the 8 during hours during industrial revolution, so it was daylight and people could work outside in agriculture. But now, so we still stick to these 8 hours with some differences where companies undergo changes. But so we know that we do not work 8 hours, do not rest 8 hours. We are teleworking, we are online, and I'm sure that the listeners and participants of this conference would never say that during working hours he had never ever done anything private, or during private time has done anything regarding work. Of course, the internet allows you to do this, but this is why this issue is so topical right now. So we try to do everything possible to have these rest hours, not to use rest hours for work, because when people are not have not rested, then they cannot work productively. So he will be angry or stressful, and he cannot spend time with the family, and will come. But if it is true, then the person comes back to work and he feels happy to work. And some time ago, when we still went to the office, he was allowed to come to the office until 11 o'clock. At 11, you had to be at work. Of course, if you are not, if you haven't agreed with your team leader, and this is very universal approach, actually, in a universal time, because it suits everybody. This suits people with children, for instance, to bring children to kindergarten or to do something private in the morning, or for younger those who sometimes they work on Friday and better they come at 11 and after heavy drinking the previous night, then he comes at 9 and is sleeping at the table. So, but of course, this was when we were working in the office. Right now, in Draugiem group is not working in the office, just some who has to be there. And so we are working at home. So and now we work from home. This teleworking, then we know how it is. I'm the same. So for me, it was also rather tricky, so to say. It was problematic problems which had to be solved. But the good thing was that. So the head of Printful was prepared to this, and when he said that the virus, when he saw the virus is already in Europe, he didn't. He was not here in Latvia yet, but we tried to work from home, and so what we did, we sent several teams. We sent to work from home, but I will tell about this later, how this experiment went. So I forgot to mention meditation. So meditation, we organize for our employees. We have a very nice relationship with a Buddhist monk. So we have a light room, and this looks, let's say, interesting when a Buddhist monk is in a business office, but those people who meditate, they feel better, they are more productive, and if such method can make your work more productive, then why not? So why shouldn't you use this? And the meditation when playing different games, so it is, or sitting in the garden, in the outside the office, or in some recreational zone which we have around the office. So because people feel better then, and they are more productive.
Laikā jūs strādājat?
So of course some ask when you are working, but actually we are working much and quite productive. Time break of 5 minutes or slightly more gives really a good start or replenishment of power and strength, and doesn't affect the quality. So just before teleworking. So when we understood that earlier or later we will have pandemics, even before and when the state officials said that there is no time for panicking and that will not happen, so it actually happened. So we pilot projected several teams to work from home to try what does it mean working from home. So a full team was sent for working from their homes and really checked what actually hindered the work. So we discovered several factors, and the most important was that people didn't have enough and a proper chair, office chair. This chair I have actually also has been brought from our office. As high quality office chair is located, armchair is located at a home or homes of our employees. So what else is needed technically? So this is really good internet connection. We really tested doing a pilot project with deliverables and outcomes, and when everybody had to work from home and provide telework, we had the knowledge already how to do that properly. Of course, communication tools and gadgets, we had mastered that before, as in several international teams are using. So remote or distant working was already a daily routine for many of our companies and teams, which are placed internationally in different locations. And we, of course, had some obstacles for decision making or top ranking decision making and so on. But on daily talk, on daily basis, we have talks among our teams, and several leaders of teams understood that we were before meeting at a coffee table in the office for a small talk about children, about mood of employees, and so on. Therefore, several leaders of our teams they planned a video call with a colleague to chat, to have a small talk, to create that feeling of presence, that nothing has changed, that you are meeting a colleague at the coffee table, at a coffee machine, and show a picture of his or her cat or dog or pet or something to tell about something, children and so on. And then we understood that such type of work, such as teleworking, would have effect on health. So we have health insurance covering sports, and we also included psychologists or psychotherapist consultation, 5 sessions for each employee, which seems very little at the first sight, but actually that are enough to get clear about mental health and what next steps should be done. So that we would really our employees would take care not only of their physical health, but also of mental health as well. Lately, what we had at the office, we had common lunches and common events and so on, and we are looking for new types and opportunities for virtual internal communication and events, and keeping in touch with our employees and with teams. Yes, human needs to go to a doctor during working hours, or in summer, a person would like to go for a swim with a small break in working time. We have not sticked very strictly to the working hours, apart, of course, employees working with the production chains where a certain regime and mode has been established very strictly, but with due respect to such teleworking or distant working, we have also facilitated in some cases that our employees move not only from the capital of Latvia to some other place in rural area with all the equipment and all the infrastructure and so on, but in some cases our employees have moved to different country and are working still distantly and remotely. But we are really stepping into the shoes of our colleague or teammate when you are in completely new circumstances which still are lasting for a year or around already, but nothing to do. Company must develop, personal development should not lag behind. And if employee feels depressed, unhappy, and he or she will not be able to do his or her working tasks. Thank you so much for sharing proactive measures taken by Draugiem Group. Respect principle, so let everybody has such an excellent employer. Could you briefly answer the question? Do you have the measurement of well-being of employees? And will you measure only that opportunity with a psychological advice or consultation? How you will measure that? So we have 2 surveys. Our employees are answering how do you feel at work, how do you felt before, and how you are feeling now. But so survey we know how people are taking those questionnaires and surveys and so on, but we have a 6-month plan where, according to our 6-month plan of assessment and reassessment, we are taking those surveys or measurements of sampling of attitude and behavior. So, but the best and direct way is to ask a person in person. So, 4 eyes principle. So yes, social statistics is very important in any company, and we are moving forward. A person, our next speaker in Magnetic, established that company, and how does it stand out in the context of Austria? The fact is that the management introduced 30-hour working per week, but at full pay. What are opportunities? What of the targets have been? The CEO, Magnetics AT, Klaus Hochreiter, will tell us about that.
Yes, hello from Austria. I'm very fine, thank you.
Okay, good. You are right now in Vienna or in a different place?
No, I'm near Linz. It's a smaller town in Austria.
Okay, Klaus, I would say the same as the previous speakers. The stage is yours, and you are very welcome to start.
Thank you very much. Yes, and thank you for the invitation to this event today, and thank you for the opportunity to share our best practice for work-life balance. Some words to eMagnetics. We are a digital marketing company founded in 2010. We are 30 employees, and we are working for 200 clients in 10 countries, especially in Europe. So in the next minutes, I will tell you something about our working time model. Hashtag 30 hour enough, working 30 hours per week, but at full pay. That sounds incredible, but it is not incredible. We are doing this since nearly 3 years now. And now I will tell you the whole story from day one, the trigger, until today, and especially why it is still a win-win-win situation. But I will start with a comment of one of our employees, Caroline. Some months ago, she told me in my previous jobs, I had less time and desire for doing something after the job. I often was tired and wanted to go to bed, and all the things like housekeeping and so on formally happened at the weekend. Now with 30 are enough, she said she has much more time during the week, and that's very interesting. She said now she has a much more better quality of life. And I think this is the best feedback an employer can get from his employees, and furthermore, that's a real work-life balance. And this also brought us many awards in the last years, which we are very proud of course. But the key question is for you and for many other people, what have we done to reach this work-life balance, this good situation? And therefore, I have to go back 5 years now into the year 2015. In 2015, we, eMagnetics, were a small company, but successful company. We were about 12 people, 12 employees. But in 2015, it started, we were affected by the lack of employees. If we had a new job, we were looking for new employees. We got about an average 10 job applications. So we had to choose a new employee out of only 10 candidates. So that's much too less. And this had two consequences. Number one, our existing team, our existing employees had to do all the workload. So this resulted in overtime hours, and it's clear that doesn't make any employee happy. And the second consequence, our clients, if our especially existing client had new project or new offers for us, we had to say thank you very much, but yeah, you have to wait now minimum 6 months until we can start and do something for you. So that doesn't make any client happy. So all in all, this was a situation, this was not a good situation, and no one at eMagnetics was happy with this situation. And so we decided to change something dramatically. And with one goal, we wanted to have at eMagnetics happy and satisfied employees, because happy employees will lead to happy clients, and this will lead to a successful company. So that sounds easy, but what should we do? How can we reach this? And in 2015, I started to look all over the world. I wanted to see what our other companies are doing, especially regarding the lack of employees, regarding benefits for employees, or regarding new leadership, and especially regarding work-life balance. And after a while, I read about the experiments of working time reduction in Sweden. And from the first moment on, I was fascinated from these experiments, because I knew that's the right way for the future. If you're talking with younger, especially younger generations, they have a new currency. For them, not only the salary or the pay is important. For them, the new currency is time, especially the leisure time. So with all the information we got from other companies, and especially from the experiments in Sweden, we had one goal at eMagnetics to reduce our working time hours down to 30 hours, but, and that's very important, at full pay. So we made our individual strategy for eMagnetics, and then very early we presented them to our employees in 2017. So we wanted to integrate our employees from the first moment on, and that was very important for us. As you can imagine, the reactions from our employees were quite different. There were a lot of motivation and happiness, but there was also some fear and uncertainty, of course. But over the next few weeks and months, every person at eMagnetics tried every day to think and to work different, especially to work more efficient. In the end, we got about a list of about over 100 measures, smaller measures, but are also very great ones, very big ones, that enable us to reduce our working time. These measures came especially from the areas time management, but especially also from digitalization. And the digitalization enables us today to work quite different. There is a lot of technology. There are many tools which can do today I will call it standard monotonous work for us. So we as a human being can focus on the important work, on the creative work, because that can't be done by machines at the moment. And furthermore, we're able to reduce our working times. In the end of 2017, we tested all the measures we found over 2 months. We evaluated this test, and then I think it was December of 2017, we all together decided to reduce our working time down to 30 hours, but at full pay in autumn of 2018. As a step between, I would mention it, at the 20th of February 2018, we made our new working time model public. So we published it in the Austrian press, and the response was amazing, really fascinating. All the Austrian medias, online, offline, TV stations, radio stations, they were talking of our working time model, and they were talking of eMagnetics. So this was an unbelievable days and amazing days for us. And finally, at the 1st of October 2018, we really implemented the new working time model. As a step between, we still reduced the working time hours down to 34 hours per week. And finally, at the 1st of October, we reduced furthermore to 30 hours per week. But once again, at full pay, that's very important fact. So from this day on, everyone at eMagnetics only works maximum 30 hours per week. So today, nearly 3 years after the first working time reduction, everyone is asking, does it really work? Does it still work? Or some people are asking, is it a joke? No, it is not a joke. And yes, it really works. It absolutely works. We reached all our goals. But I will be honest, it wasn't easy all the time. Also due to the fact that we, in the last 2 or 3 years, we had a quick growth and a quick expansion, but we found solutions for all the challenges, and we will find solutions for the next challenges, of course, and we made our way. It's very important if you do something like a working time reduction, you only have to think long term, because a working time reduction won't pay back after some days, some weeks, or a few months. But it gives a very good return after years and 4 years, and especially it's a sustainable change for everyone, for the whole company, for the employees, for the clients, and that's the goal, and that's a very good way, I think. At the following figures, I can show you in detail how good it works for us at eMagnetics. At the first, our employees. How are feeling our employees since 30 are enough? Are they happy? We made an evaluation from an external expert in 2019. Over many weeks and months, our employees were interviewed directly or anonymously, and there were very interesting results. And I have 2 results for you. 83% of our employees said they are feeling more healthy with 30 are enough than before. So everyone knows this is a very important fact. That's a goal of working time reductions, and also this will lead in less sick leave today at our company. And another result, which was very interesting for me, and I never thought this will come as a response. For 63 of our employees, even the workload has reduced. So that's not a mistake. It hasn't increased, it has reduced. Many people think with working time reduction, the workload will increase. No, that didn't happen to our company. And I think the reason for that is because we planned it in detail over months, over nearly 2 years. And the second reason is we very early integrated our employees. So at the end of the day, I can say our employees are happy employees. At the other hand, our clients, how are feeling our clients? Have they changed? Are they gone to other agencies? Are they happy? We put this question to over 100 of our clients in the last summer, and we got as a response a 4.3 out of 5. 5 is the best, so that's amazing. So we can say also our clients are happy clients. And at the end of the day, I can show you 3 figures how it affects the whole company. Number 1, the rate of candidates increased up to 1,000%. That's really amazing. As I mentioned at the beginning, 5 years ago, we had to choose a new employee out of only 10 candidates. Today, we can choose out of 100 candidates. So that's absolutely amazing and really great situation for us, especially if you look to other companies and their problems today with the lack of employees. Number 2, our number of employees also increased up to 100%. And that's also very a big advantage for our clients, because 5 years ago, our clients had to wait at minimum 6 months until we can do something for them. Today, if an especially existing clients, has a new project for us, we can react in and do the project in 1 or 2 months. So this is also an advantage for our clients and, of course, for the whole company. And at the end of the day, number third, our sales also increased up to 100% over the last 2 or 3 years. So at the end, also, I can say our company today is a successful company. So this is a win-win-win situation still at eMagnetics. A win for our employees, a win for our clients, and a win for eMagnetics for the whole company. And only some words, we have much more benefits. But I think the time is too short today for that. But I should mention it. We have flexible working times. We have flexible home office. Since 1 year, our employees can choose if they work all 5 days per week at home, in the home office, or would they come to the office. And furthermore, and that's since this year, since 21, we have a flexible 4 days week. Every week, an employee can choose in our company for the next week if or she wants to work 4 days or wants to work 5 days. And if Monday will be the free day or Friday will be free. So at the end, this is my last picture for you, and this is my favorite picture. This is my little daughter, Laura. She is about 1 year old now. And yeah, perhaps in 20 or 25 years, when she starts working, she will say, "Thank you, Daddy, you helped to make better working conditions for me." And yeah, this will make Daddy happy at the end of the day. So thank you very much for your attention. And yeah, I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Klaus, and congratulations with the daughter. We have the same age kids. I have the daughter as well, 1.2 years. As I see that we don't have any more questions, so I want to say a huge thank you. And I would use your hashtag 30 are enough. Probably you will be the first one, and this hashtag will grow worldwidely. Probably. Okay, one more time, thank you very much, and cheers from Latvia. And right now we have a timeout.
Now we have a 10 minutes break, and during that break I invite you to enjoy a musical performance here. At the same time, I also invite you to move a little bit, so to be productive and to perceive information, you have to move as well, and you also have to take a glass of water. Let us resume in 10 minutes. Yeah, so then we will speak about inclusive workplace, keynote, and also about the future, and also award ceremony. So let's meet in 10 minutes.
shit together, better gather my shit, and you can drive a car to my head in 5 minutes from one side over to the other. I wanna hurry home to you, put on a slow down show for you, crack you up so you can put a blue ribbon around my brain. God, I'm very, very frightened while you know I dreamed about you 29 years before I saw you. You know I dreamed about you. Oh, I missed you for 29 years. You know I dreamed about you. I missed you for 29 years. You know I dreamed about you. I missed you for 29 years. So you think you can tell heaven from hell, blue sky from pain? Can you tell a green field from a cold steel rail, eyes from a whale? So you think you can tell? And did they get you to trade your heroes for ghosts, put ashes for trees, put air for cool breeze, cold comfort for a change? And did you exchange a walking part in the wall, lead role in a cage? You were here. We're just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl, year after year, running over the same old grounds. Have we found the same old fears? Wish you were here. How I wish you were here. We're just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl, year after year, running over the same old grounds. What have we found? Same old fears. Wish you were here. daddy home, and did he go and leave you all alone? I got a bad desire. Oh, I'm on fire. Tell me now, baby, is he good to you? And can he do to you the things that I do? Well, I can take you higher. Oh, I'm on fire. Sometimes it's like someone took a knife, baby, edgy and dull, and cut a 6-inch valley through the middle of my soul. One night I wake up with the sheets soaking wet and a freight train running to the middle of my head. Only you can cure my desire. Oh, I'm on fire. Oh, I'm on fire. Sometimes it's like someone took a knife, baby, edgy and dull, and cut a 6-inch valley through the middle of my soul. Well, at night I wake up with the sheets soaking wet and a freight train running to the middle of my head. Only you can cure my desire. Oh, I'm on fire. Oh, I'm on fire.
Hello, Dario. Hello, Trine.
I'm on
I hope
fire.
you're doing well.
Hi, how are you?
Hello again. It is nice to see you all again in our conference Balance for All. It is organized by the LDDK together with ELBAS and also European Commission and so so we all are speaking about how to find the balance between work and private life and how to feel happy. So the next block, next topic is inclusive workplace. If we speak about inclusive workplace and about different management, about different involved in employee groups, so when we speak about inclusive companies, they feel happy, they feel encouraged. And in this session, we will hear about experience by employers. What does it mean, inclusive workplace in different places, and how to achieve such inclusive workplace? Because environment not always is inclusive. First of all, we will hear from Scandinavia, so about the Danish experience, and so as we heard before, also Denmark is among those countries which has quite good balance between work and life. So they have childcare allowances. It is the system is very developed. It is a very strong bipartite dialogue between employers and employees, and also good functioning system of collective agreements. So it is on the company level. This is the most efficient way. And we will start with the first lecture.
Bridget, hello.
Yes, hello and good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you doing here right now? You are in Denmark?
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Sun is shining, so
Good.
you're happy?
Good. In Riga as well. In Riga as well. So, Twin Bridget, the stage is yours, and take your time, and we are very open to hear and see what you're going to say.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you first of all for the opportunity to speak about work-life balance with a view to collective agreements. And how collective agreements can be a tool for securing work-life balance for all. The starting point for my presentation is that from an employer's perspective, a high level of female participation is important and desirable as well. This is both seen from a labor supply angle, but also from a diversity angle. When we speak about gender equality, it's also important for society. Going back to businesses, first of all, labor supply is a prerequisite for being in business. We need both women and men in the labor force, but we also need both women and men to be able to create gender diverse enterprises and to be able to create what we call a food chain, so to speak, as regards reaching the aim of more diversity in management. Could I have the next slide? Yes, please. If you look at this slide, you see that we have a relatively high labor market participation of women, almost at the same level of men in Denmark. The employment rate for women is age between 25 to 65 is 76.2%. As for men, it's 83%. This is, in an EU context, rather high. So with some right, I think we could claim that we are doing something right in order to have a balanced participation of men and women in the workplace. Next slide, please. Now, with a high level of employment of both men and women, it's relevant also to have a look into how do we cope with work and family life, since we have a huge age variety. Here, I've shown you the figures on how we rate as regards work-life balance and satisfaction. 89% have responded that they are satisfied with the work-life balance. These figures are from 2018 from a Eurobarometer survey. So how do we arrive at that? And could we explain this by the way we regulate family leave in legislation and in collective agreements? As you might know, the Danish labour market is regulated by collective agreements to a large extent, whereas legislation provides for what you would call more like a floor of more basic rights. When it comes to maternity leave and family-related leave, this is also the case. Next slide, please. As you can see here from this slide, our maternity leave and family leave legislation dates more than 100 years back. A leave scheme was introduced back in 1913. However, it took more than 60 years before a state benefit was introduced. White-collar workers, though, had a right to half of their pay for 1 month, which was introduced back in 1947. Then we have a large gap in the 1980s and the 90s. Parental leave and paternity leave was introduced into Danish legislation. A major revision followed in 2002, which at that time it was decided to give a lot of flexibility to parents to decide how to share the now 52 weeks of state benefit during maternity, paternity, and parental leave. Due to the Work-Life Balance Directive, which was agreed upon a couple of years ago in the EU, this system will have to be changed to a certain extent by next year. How this is going to be done, it's still under discussion with the government and between the social partners. Next slide, please. When we then have a look at the collective agreements and family-related leave, it took a while before we have introduced pay rights. But as you can see, they have developed since the 90s. The front runner in this respect at the private labour market has been the industry sector, but others have followed. Also, the level of payments have gradually been improved, as well as the number of weeks concerned. In 2004, another important aspect of collective agreements was introduced. Via the so-called maternity fund, it became possible for employers to get a reimbursement of some of their payments to parents on family leave. This fund means that employers with a high number of female employees are compensated when their workers make use of their right to maternity or family leave. The fund has also gradually been extended in scope, so it covers also now paternity leave and parental leave. The intention and the behind, oh, I think you're going too fast with my slides, please. Could you take it a bit back? Thank you. The intention is to support the female employment and employment of parents, because if employers have expenses caused by the leave schemes and the pay issues, then they also are compensated. So you can say that it's a kind of solidarity between employers, making employers with a lot of female participation able to actually provide these facilities for their employees, and also in order to make it possible for fathers to take up paternity leave and parental leave without losing their salary. It's also very important to note that the collective agreements operate with earmarking of rights to pay, which is currently not in our legislation, but it is in the collective agreements. If we look a little more into the collective agreements, we normally say from the Danish employers' side that they provide for a lifetime approach, a sort of a lifetime travel, and that they also provide for flexibility for the employees with respect to the benefits they favor, adjusted to their life situation at a given time. This aspect might give an answer to why we have a relatively high level of work-life balance satisfaction. Next slide, please. On this slide, you'll get a brief overview of what we cover in the collective agreements of the wage elements, and also an indication of why we actually address the collective agreements in a lifetime approach. First of all, wage and local wage negotiations, provides for a lot of flexibility. 85% of wages are decided at local level. The same goes for working time regulations. It's flexible and locally decided in negotiations. As mentioned, there has been a continuous development of pay rights related to family leave and maternity leave. So this is also an important aspect. Also pension and pension contributions has been part of the collective agreements since 1989. This provides for security once you're leaving the labour market, and is actually a quite large part of our collective system. Lifelong learning was introduced in 1993, and again a new fund was introduced in 2007, again providing for workers during their working life to be better at what they're doing, or even to transfer to other employment. And then as a final element, which actually dates back to 1947, we have the cooperation agreement. Contains chapters on equal treatment and equality, and an obligation to discuss this in the cooperation boards at the company level. Here again, an element which takes on board issues of gender equality as a main thing. Next slide, please. If I turn more specifically to the family-related pay in collective agreements, here we have a total of 36 weeks with full salary. The distribution of these weeks is as follows: 18 weeks during maternity leave, 2 weeks to fathers for paternity leave, 5 weeks of parental leave to mothers, 8 weeks of parental leave to fathers or the parent not on maternity leave. This unequal distribution has been approved by the Ministry of Employment as a positive incentive to promote more equality at the labour market, and in order to facilitate that fathers take more of the leave in our current scheme. And finally, there are 3 weeks of parental leave, which the parents can share by themselves and decide on by themselves. As earlier mentioned, we have the maternity fund, which equalizes all employers' payment of salary during employees' absence on maternity leave, parental leave, etc. Our system in the collective agreements runs in conjunction with the state benefit. Employers who are paying salary during leave to employees receive the state benefit as a reimbursement. So they are compensated by the state of some of their expenses. This has also been a factor in developing family-friendly provisions in the collective agreements. Next slide, please. And briefly, this table just shows the level of allowance and number of weeks with pay in the private sector and the public sector, where there are some differences. As for pay of wages during family-related absence in the private sector, we provide for 36 weeks of pay, whereas in the public sector, they provide for, in the collective agreements, I should say, they provide for 42 weeks of pay. Again, with this division, 18 mothers maternity leave for 18 weeks, sorry, for maternity leave reserved to mothers, and 2 weeks of paternity leave to the father. Next slide, please. But pay during family-related leave is not the only aspect of collective agreements. Other elements as well are part of our collective agreements and has an impact as regards work-life balance. First of all, during child illness, a very important element, I would say, is that you have a right to absence with pay upon children's illness. Recently, and that is in the collective bargaining from 2020, the number of days was increased to 2 days in a row. Only one parent can use this right. at a time, but there's no number and no limit on the number of illnesses that you can actually be away from your work with on this condition. Then you have a right to leave for 1 week for 12 months with full salary if your child under the age of 14 is hospitalized. And finally, it has been agreed that there should also be 2 days of carers leave again for children under the age of 14. It's important here to note that there's no benefits or wage entitlement during this kind of leave. But, and I will come back to that later, you can finance it via the so-called, what we call a free choice agreement, which is also a part of the collective agreement. We believe that these initiatives have a very big impact on the possibilities to balance work and family life, especially in the life phase where you have small or younger children. And we also think that it has quite an impact on the high level of satisfaction with the work-life balance in Denmark. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we have what we call a free choice wage account in collective agreements. These also provides for the lifetime approach. As you can see, it's currently 6% of your salary can be divided or financed as the employee would like himself or herself. Next year, this percentage will be raised to 7%. You can either use this 7% as a pure wage payment, you can put it into your pension fund, or you can decide that you will use it for pay during your absence. And that could, for instance, be if you want to use carers days during 1 year. The employee can choose once a year, so there's a flexibility included in that. Again, if you have small children, then you might have an incentive to use it on absence. But once your children are above the age of 14, you might want to put it into your pension fund instead. Next slide, please. And just very briefly on working time and flexible working hours is also part of being able to juggle family and working life. Normal working hours must be placed between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. You can vary your working hours during the year. The 37 hours per week can be calculated over a year, so you can also have that flexibility, again, upon agreement and often locally. There's an easy access to part-time, depending on agreement between employer and employee. And then again, the derogations from these provisions must be made locally at company level, which again can sort of tailor size the use of the collective agreements to a specific sector, to a specific branch, etc. Next slide, please. And finally, and what is also important in when we speak about work-life balance, it's how we provide for childcare. It's also a prerequisite for high levels of employment of parents, both men and women. So in a Danish context, it's due to the way that the state is facilitating childcare facilities, both for children under the age of 3 and even younger. As you can see from this slide, 66% of children under the age of 3 in Denmark is in formal childcare, and 92% under the compulsory school age is in formal childcare. It's worth noting that formal childcare is affordable in Denmark, and it's subsidized by the state, which may also differ according to an employee's income. So that is decided on an individual basis, but and has in principle nothing to do with the employer's situation. But as employers, it's something that we look a great deal into, because it has to be affordable if we should have access to the necessary labor force. I hope that I have, by this presentation, provided you with some information about the framework in Denmark, which leads to workplaces that are both, in particular, family friendly, but also is intended to secure some a level of gender diversity. Some of the figures, I think, indicate at least that overall the Danish workforce is satisfied with their work-life balance. And it's also our hope that by providing the flexibility in the collective agreements, they offer some possibilities to parents so that they, with a good conscience, can take care both of their children and their work as long as you have young children. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hogard, and thank you for sharing the Danish and your experience.
We just heard the senior consultant from the Danish Confederation of Employers, Ms. Trine Birgit Hogard. And if we are switching and looking from Denmark, from north to Malta, in the south, we have Andrea Rubera from Team Telecom Italia, sorry to Italy, and Mr. Andrea, buongiorno, hello.
For inviting me for this time.
Yes, the stage is yours for your presentation.
Okay, shall I share my screen?
Yes, please.
If you want, okay.
Okay, it will take a few seconds.
Yes.
And it's been done already. Okay, it's done.
Okay, perfect. I will try to put it in a wider way.
Okay.
Please confirm that you're going to watch it in a presentation mode. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
My name is Andrea Rubera, and I'm 55, and I'm working for Team. I'm actually the engagement manager, and I've been working on diversity and inclusion since 2014. My presentation, in my 10-15 minutes that I think I have, I will show you which is the approach to diversity and inclusion management by Team. So just, I will go quite quickly in the slide. Please stop me if you want to go deeper in some of them. Our major approach comes from this vision. I mean, we studied quite carefully the studies by Irene Tinagli and Richard Florida that demonstrates quite clearly that the places in the world where there is the higher concentration of diversity from every kind of every point of view, background, etc., are also the points where there is the highest percentage of technology and innovation and talent talent attractions. So that's why we want to be an inclusive company, not for a reputation issue, but for a very practical and reasonable reason. So we want to produce innovation, and that's why we want to improve diversity. We know that the diversity and inclusion has been ranked by many stakeholders like LinkedIn, also the investors analyzers, has been ranked by one of the major drivers for the promotion of the performance of the company. The major effects are on soft areas of the performance of the company, like reputation, but also on the hardest areas, like the return on equity, net promoter scores. McKinsey has been studying for 30 years that the companies who adopted an approach to diversity and inclusion have better performances. This is our approach. This is a statement. This is our major approach to what we mean by welfare and engagement. I want to underline this because our diversity and inclusion plan is part of a bigger engagement plan which is on another side part of an even bigger sustainability plan. So our how do you say, our channel, our funnel comes from the performance of the company, then goes to the sustainability approach, then goes to the engagement approach, and diversity and inclusion is one pillar at the base of this funnel. So we studied quite carefully from many surveys that we did in the last, I would say, 6 years, that our people who have the highest capacity to include other people and to promote the culture of inclusion, and our people who feel themselves more included by the rest of the colleagues and the rest of the company, are also the same people who have the highest performance in our company. So it's a very direct connection between what we want to achieve, engagement of our people as a layer, as a tool to promote the performance of people themselves and the performance of the company in a wider meaning. This is just to mean that our inclusion management approach is a part of our welfare plan, which is actually under a big redesigning. And this is our history. We started in a little bit earlier than 2009. We started with nominating a diversity and inclusion manager and creating a first group of people who wanted to work on a spontaneous base, who wanted to work on diversity and inclusion issue. Our approach is to raise needs and desires from bottom to up. We tried also to push things top down, but it's not working for the Italian context. Italian people need to be involved directly, so they don't like to have things pushed from the top. And we understood by working daily that it is also a very effective approach. If people are involved in the redesigning of the inclusion process, I mean, if we want to include them in designing new projects and initiatives, then the same project and initiatives will be more used and more effective. Then we started to create a network with other companies in Italy who are promoting inclusion, and that was a bigger achievement for us because we learned quite a lot from Italian branches of multinational companies. As you know that in Northern Europe and in North America, diversity and inclusion was a major issue before then it became a major issue also in Latin and Southern European countries. Then we started creating a bigger structure of development of culture initiatives within the company. That was a major success. We invented a format called the Team for Inclusion, which is a week of events designed for and created by people themselves. So we were going to demolish the distinction between internal and external. We asked people, why don't you propose and organize an event about diversity and inclusion with your colleagues in your site, in your company site, etc. And we came until 2020 when we opened to other companies, and we invented another format called 4 Weeks for Inclusion, 4 weeks of events. We had a calendar of 70 events organized in partnership with 27 other Italian companies. We got also results. Team has been ranked for the last 3 years in the Thomson Reuters, now Refinitiv, Diversity and Inclusion Index. We are at the 8th place worldwide. We are actually the first Italian company and the first telecommunication company. So it is our we are very proud of this achievement. We also got other certification and other ranking. We got the Family Audit certification, which is one of the major Italian certification for being a family-friendly company. And also to receive the Parks Award as a more inclusive company for LGBT people. And in the last 3 years, will be also ranked in the Diversity Brand Index as one of the, recognized by customers themselves, one of the companies who are more promoting diversity and inclusion. We have a program of evolution. We started from level 1. We want to reach level 5, which is the level in when the company will act diversity and inclusion spontaneously. So everything will be designed in an inclusive way from the beginning. We are not there yet. We are at level 3. And in 2001 and 2002, our issue is to move from level 3 to level 4. So spreading diversity and inclusion also in the business areas in order to improve diversity and inclusion as a boost of competition. We wrote quite clearly from black and white that our commitment on inclusion, starting from our ethical code to the human rights policy, to our values, and to the leadership model. Every single employee from team is, during our performance management, got an evaluation by his boss on diversity and inclusion. So at the end of the year, we know exactly which is the global performance on the company on this topic. This is our plan about diversity and inclusion. It is based on 5 pillars, which are not, which are not completely close one from the other. So they talk one to the other, and we have many intersections between the different projects. We have a wide program of culture of inclusion. We have a storytelling on our internet. Every 2 weeks we have we publish a news about diversity and inclusion, which can be an interview, a video interview, a written interview, a podcast, or an article, so that the people can be continuously updated about what we mean. Where the company is going on this field. We have a program of sponsorships. We are sponsors of the LGBT Pride, and we are sponsors also of the major events in Italy about women, and also sponsor of the major event about inclusion in general. We have, as I told you before, this event shared with other 27 companies, 4 weeks for inclusion. We have a community with more than 400 members who are working directly and on top of their daily job to diversity and inclusion issues. We participate to many summits and awards about it. And then we have a huge program of training for all the employees about diversity and inclusion, including managers. And for the next year, we are going to launch a new governance about it. Our disability management programs starts from the consideration of the people with disability as someone who has to be completely included and has to be also responsible for his needs, his or her needs, his or her desires, and has to be, and so the major issue in our disability management program is a policy that we launched that gives the power to every people with disability to ask for a change in their workstation according to his or her specific needs. And then in 2021, we will work specifically on three different topics. Sensorial disabilities. We have something like 100 people with sensorial disabilities. A new adjustment on workstation for people with movement disabilities. neurodiversity, a program which will include people with neurodiversity in our company, and a program to have a certification to be a company, a dyslexia-friendly company, which is a certification that the Italian Association of Dyslexia gives to company who adopts an inclusive program for people with this kind of diversity. Then we have a longevity program that is quite important for us because we have an average age quite high. We have an average age of 52 years. So our goal is to keep people motivated and with a good level of employability until the end of the work relations with our company. You know that in Italy we had a different system of retirement, quite different from North Europe. Until 8 years ago, we retired earlier than the rest of Europe. Now people have to work until 67 years old. And so we have to change the culture internally and externally in order to maximize the contribution of over 55 people in our company. Then we have a huge program about gender gap that goes from climate and culture initiatives up to career initiatives. Our percentage of women in our company, we have 32% of women. The Italian culture attitude, especially in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, was that the STEM academic path and work careers were more or less up to men, and humanistic subjects more to women. So we have to balance quite a lot our mix within the company, especially in technical areas. We are going to do it working on gender bias, on an inclusive language. We are working with Harvard implicit test in order to create an assessment of the bias maps within our company. And we are launching a policy about harassment and bullying, including legal assistance and psychological assistance for people who are feeling to be bullied or feeling to be harassed. Up to the career, we defined a group of something like 2,000 women who we want to empower. And for each one of them, we are going to launch specific and individual plans according to their specific needs.
Andrea, sorry for interrupting you. We have 2 minutes left for your presentation, so
I'm almost finished. Yes,
okay. Thank you very much. Sorry for disturbing.
I'm almost finished. So, and our last pillar is about LGBT management. Of course, as I told you, we have the same penetration that we have in society of LGBT people in our company. So we specifically design policies in order to overcome what the Italian law at the moment is still not doing. For example, about rainbow families or social identity for transgender people. We overcome the Italian law, of course, where we can, where is possible by the law, in order to let people feel themselves included within their familiar context and self-perception. I think that's all. I'm of course available to any kind of question now or later, whenever you want. I hope it was enough, and it was enough clear for all of you. And thank you very much again.
Andrea, thank you very much for your presentation. Sorry for interrupting you. The time is going so quickly, and we have much more speakers to have. So thank you very much. And if we will have questions at the end of Q&A session from this topic, I will give you the question.
And the next speaker, it will be Italy and Malta leadership and team development manager with Neste Italy and Malta. We know this company as a perfect chocolate bars and breakfast cereals and so on and so forth. So, but now the floor will be given to Mr. Dario Miglavaka. So, hello.
Share my presentation.
Okay. It will take few seconds and then we're gonna start.
Okay.
Okay, I think it's done, yes?
Yes.
Okay, then the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you.
Sorry, yeah, full screen, yes, okay. My colleague's saying everything is fine.
Screen.
Yeah, sorry.
Perfect. Okay, hello to everybody, good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here with you in order to share my experience, Nestlé experience in the diversity inclusion journey. That is, in my opinion, a journey sometimes difficult, but very important and very effective for the people, but also for the company, for the business, and a journey in particular rewarding for all the people who work on it. My role in Nestlé is responsible for leadership development and team effectiveness, and also for all diversity inclusion initiatives in the Italian market. Why these two roles, team effectiveness and diversity inclusion? Because when we talk about to put people together, make people work well together, we have to consider diversity. And we have to have all the people on board, and the contribution from everybody independently from diversity, but thanks to their diversity. Why Nestlé has chosen to diversity inclusion as one of its own priorities? This picture can give you an idea. Nestlé is present with its offices, factories, boutiques, warehouses all over the world, in almost all the countries in the world. We have more than 300,000 employees in several countries, and we sell our products everywhere. So for Nestlé, diversity, it's a topic. Diversity, Nestlé is driven by its purpose and a long list of principles and values. The first one is that includes all the others is respect. Respect for ourselves, respect for others, respect for diversity, and respect for the planet, for the future. So diversity is a topic. And Nestlé has chosen diversity as a priority for two main reasons. The first one is because the inclusion is the right thing to do. It's ethically correct to include everybody. Because if we think that it's totally incorrect, exclude systematically someone, we can say the contrary, you know. And then because the second one is a business reason, we sell our product everywhere, around the globe. We are present around the globe. So we have to represent inside our company the diversity that we meet outside in our market between our consumers. Okay, let me talk about our diversity inclusion journey. When we talk about in Nestlé about diversity inclusion, we are talking about these three different steps. The first one is understanding diversity, the difference that are present in our company. Is an exercise of building awareness and self-awareness. And the second one is consists in accepting differences. Also, Nestlé has invested a lot in training and initiative in order to understand, recognize our biases and breaking down when it's needed. The third one is the inclusion that consists in having everybody on board, having the contribution of all the people, involved all the people in order to achieve our goals, our results. So it's a matter of performance. We have a claim, we have a sort of slogan in Nestle, diversity is a fact, is a reality. What we can do is to include diversity, and inclusion in this case is a choice. And it's a choice that we have to make daily in everything we do. I want to share the Nestle experience about diversity inclusion. Try to add what my colleague before has said, because we have several points of contact with team, of course. I want to focus on an experience about the engagement of the people in the diversity inclusion journey. I want to speak about what we call in Nestle emotional communities. Probably you know emotional communities as ERG, employee resource groups, or employees networks, that are voluntary employee-led groups whose aim to foster a diverse, inclusive workplace. We have at the moment 12 emotional communities. You can see the logo below in the slide. They cover all the aspects of the life of the people life, and they involved more than 100 employees that actively involved in organizing initiative events and so on, and also pushing the company to do things from a diverse and inclusive point of view. We have 16 sponsors from senior managers and more or less 1,000 employees, followers of these communities on workplace, but also in all the initiatives that they planned. A little bit of story. The communities, the first communities were born more or less 10 years ago, when we had the need to review our welfare and well-being system, and we asked to the people what they need. In that time, the first community were born, for example, a women community, young community, parenting community. Then when Nestlé few years later embraced diversity inclusion, other community born and be active in the organization. The first goal for the community is to create connection, internal connection, and promote engagement, and also external connection. All the community has an external point of contact, an association, an institution, other companies, and the people that participate, that work on top of their job in the community can build new competencies and to improve, in order to improve their performance at work. Emotional communities, the ERG has a big role and a big impact in enhance the cultural transformation. They work in several aspects of cultural transformation, for example, inclusive communications, and they project and deliver some trainings about diversity and inclusion. So what we always say that emotional communities for us is a win-win-win battle, because it's a win for the people involved, because they create inclusion, pride and membership, engagement, well-being, leadership and personal growth, sense of responsibility, entrepreneurial spirit, but it's a win also for Nestle, for the company, because it's a way how to develop people have to a better performance. Is also a point of reputation, attractiveness of talent, retention, and so on. But it's a win battle also for the society, because the most part of this community, through their work, the initiative, have an impact of also in the society. 4 success stories from communities. I want to highlight the main one, maybe LGBT community, that we are also, Nestle is a sponsor of Milan Pride. And what LGBT community did is to push our marketing in order to think some brand initiatives, rainbow brand initiatives during the Pride Month. For example, a special package or a trial initiatives during the Pride. But initiatives from community are several of different types. And for example, we have a library community that is strange when we talk about diversity inclusion. But if we think the main diversity that we have to manage every day is the diversity of thoughts. When we build our way of thinking, reading, for example, reading book. So we have a library internal in Nestle, and the person who work in library management is a person from a prison, because we start a collaboration with a prison in Milan in order to give our contribution in the recovery of this person. Communities had also an important role during the COVID emergency. For example, the community managed one monthly meeting virtual that is an opportunity for the people to be connected. The parenting community asked for have emotional intelligence virtual training for parents during the COVID emergency when kids were at home. Multicultural community supports integration of foreigner employee. Community Young supports the newcomers onboarding. Gender Balance community launched a local mentoring program on gender balance. We have a volunteering community that is committed in several initiatives, and community LGBT. Last year there wasn't the Pride in Milan, but they gave them effort in order to launch our new global parenting support policies that includes also non-traditional family. So for us, build a safe environment, also psychological, also from the psychological point of view, is like create the ground in order to permit to the people to give to express themselves and give the best performance. I finished. I'm available on Me Too for any question, and I thank you for the time you gave me.
Mm-hmm. Dario, thank you very much. And at the end of this block and this theme, maybe we will have the Q&A session. Sorry, and but the next one, Kanakama Runas.
And the next speaker we will have from Latvia. It will be Deputy Director of Central Advisory on International and EU Affairs, Employers Confederation of Latvia, Miss Inese Stepiņa.
Hello. So, what opportunities did you have to follow the conference? Yes, these are that is very interesting conference and gives really a floor for ideas in Latvia as well. And on behalf of the Confederation of Latvia and on behalf of the researchers, I would like to share the results of our survey. The Confederation of Employers of Latvia. I hope that my presentation will be switched on. The Confederation of Employers of Latvia has carried out very detailed and thorough analysis of work and private and life balance survey in Latvia, what lessons we have learned, and further promotion and facilitation of the work and life balance. All the conclusions of that survey are available in English already, and they can be found on our website in English as well for our foreign participants of the conference. The purpose of the study or survey was studying the best practices in Latvia and elsewhere in the world, and to define the best optimum current approach related to the work and life balance for employees, so that the targets or goals would meet the actual needs of employees. And what is legislation and enforcement of that and legislation stipulated in Latvia at present? What is the offer and demand on allowances and social services, international experience, and recommendations to the policy makers in Latvia and legislator in Latvia for our policies to be improved? What conclusions we have made when speaking about work and life balance in Latvia? We must admit that in Latvia we are lacking support to children and individuals with the need for care, and at least 1/3 of employees in Latvia have the daily responsibility for taking care of children, of course, and of their relatives, senior relatives. And Eurofond also mentioned that majority or the large part of the carer function is undertaken by women aged between 25 and 44 years who are employed and have a secondary and a low or primary education. That would require additional support measures. According to the information provided by the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development, the queue waiting list for a municipal kindergarten includes 10,000 children of employees waiting for their place in a kindergarten, in municipal kindergarten. Apart from that, employers and the state provides additional support with any carer responsibilities, but that is only a small part, a visible part of the iceberg below the surface water level. And that is a small part or unseen part of the iceberg, what actually happens in families which must take care of children, their children, or seniors, or parents, and other individuals requiring care. Situation in Latvia was similar to EU member state situation as of the survey or study was carried out between July 27 and August 10 in 2020, already under the pandemic situation and conditions. We had 85 respondents. Questions were asked regarding the flexible working hours and flexible working time. Currently, the major part of employees at the employers of Latvia have flexible work time organization available. That means elastic or flexible working hours, remote or teleworking, accumulated working time, irrespective of the time of the 24 hours or weekdays when that work was provided and done, and partial employment, most often due to the specific nature of an enterprise or lacking interest among the employees, face challenges that would include manufacturing and processing industry, transportation, construction, and hospitality services, where the opportunities for part-time job or flexible working hours are not available. Regarding the question asked to the respondents, which of the flexible working time organization employees of your company has used during the last year? Teleworking, 33%, and some other categories. What is the best practice in Latvian enterprises or companies? What measures have been introduced and implemented in enterprises in Latvia? Dialogue between employer and employee have been forged already, and temporary measures have been also introduced regarding the work and life balance, flexibility of working time, opportunities for teleworking, reduced workload, individually adopted and arranged working hours, and paid days off related to significant family events, and some other measures related and targeted at well-being of employees. But of course, we have a lot to do in Latvia as well. And what about our what are our recommendations to be implemented for finding more work and life balance for their employees? What employers could do, and what improvements in legislation, in laws and regulations of Latvia should be made for that purpose. So it's very significant and crucial to talk, discuss and facilitate awareness of employers about the establishment and implementation of inclusive working environment. That would mean adaptation and some adaptive arrangements of a working environment for employees with children, for employees with any care taker responsibility, employees with special needs, and senior employees in terms of age. And of course, we must work with a specific target audience, define and identify the needs of specific groups of employees, and facilitate and safeguard the engagement of employees in forging, designing, and implementing those policies. What are our recommendations to employers and leaders or managers, management of enterprises? Of course, that is communication, social dialogue within the company, communication between the employer and the employee, as well as collective bargaining and collective agreement, if possible, within one company. If we are speaking about parents, so employees who are parents and have children, then within the company, the team should agree on the priority measures or opportunities. These would be vacation for parents, for instance, when the child starts kindergarten or graduates the school, the 1st of of September, allowance on behalf of employers before the school year has started, childbirth allowance, one-time allowance, especially in the period of the first years of life of children, regarding the arrangements, individual arrangements regarding working time and days off for new and young parents. What is important for carers, flexible working time, remote or teleworking, and exemption from overtime. What is important for employees with special needs? That is accessibility of the working environment, adapted and well-equipped working environment, flexible working hours, exemption from overtime, opportunity to work part-time only, the help of coach or mentor, and when starting the work at the company, and have the necessity to and have the opportunity to change and arrange their working arrangements. For senior employees, of the appropriate working environment with ergonomic workplace and workstations being arranged, regular health checks and action in case of medical issues. And for senior employees, the intention and needs are very widely ranged. Perhaps they need to develop their skills in other occupations or other jobs, or acquire a new qualification and new knowledge, as well as opportunity to work remotely and very diversely, as well as flexible working hours, would be best practices and best examples of excellence in Latvia. But such good practices good practices should be popularized more and more as well. And of course, the national regulation and national policy is very important as well for work and life balance issues be covered and resolved. And as directive creates conditions which could be economically demotivating for work and life balance or harmony, and our proposal is working on specific laws, on particular laws and very specific rules for Latvian situation. And we are speaking about youth employment, and for lifelong education, it would be recommended not to tax expenses of employers for employee training and for their retraining or diversification of their qualifications. Employment of disabled people and individuals, restriction to terminate the employment contract could be an option, with preserving the preferences or advantages to continue employment in case of cutting the team, as well as revoking the duty of employer to pay the sick leave for people with special needs from their own pocket and from their own assets and at their own expense. There are different demotivators in national legislation as well, and derogation from the national mandatory social insurance installment of a minimum amount, as introduced by the latest amendments to the tax regulation. And define that in cases where a disabled person is employed, there should be some preferences and benefit to the employer as well. People who could be employed being at the parental leave should provide an option for employment quota. For instance, 20 hours a week with the possibility of a parental allowance to be received at the full amount, or exclude the condition at all, providing that the parental allowance will be cut for by 70% for parents who are employed, even part-time. And we must develop the accessible and high quality accessibility to professional childcare services. Speaking about disabled, speaking about parents taking care of their disabled children, we propose to introduce a provision in the legislation with a derogation for exemption from mandatory social insurance installment, and include the provision in the labor law providing the right of an employee to receive at least 5 days off per year with a previous notice to the employer. And other relatives who are disabled requiring the care, that would go the same proposals referred to as to the parents of disabled children, and additional days off, and the services of professional assistant. And we have specific proposals to Latvia, what that carer would mean, to whom such a definition could be applied. And 53 pages of our detailed survey results and report is available at the website balanceforall.eu. The abridged version in English as well. The authorship has been balanced as well in terms of studying and reviewing the issue. As you see, we are 50% equal in gender terms, and that also shows that we have mainly worked remotely, and it is possible for performance, productivity, balance, result, and inclusion. Thank you so much on behalf of the Confederation of Employers of Latvia. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and it is really happy that you, even the expert panel is also gender included and everything is, so we do not have questions so far, so we will continue with our next session, but afterwards we have a award ceremony regarding best practice award for employers. But first of all, we will speak about the future of work, and so we have two keynote speakers. And so we have looked at the situation from employers' perspective in different sectors. We have seen best practices in different companies, possible solutions, and also different recommendations. So we know what changes we should undergo. So how we should amend legislative acts. So what we should do. Also, presentation of Ms. Ines Stepiņa included different recommendations. But does it mean that current situation allows us to predict future in 10 and 15 minutes, years, and so what professions we have today and what we will have in 10 years, and most probably we will have new professions which we have never ever thought about. So about this future of work, these challenges, we will have two lecturers. We will start with the first from International Organization of Employers, Secretary General, Mr. Roberto Suarez Santos. Do you hear me?
Okay, we have the live translation as well in our page. So, Roberto, the stage is yours, and we are open to hear and see what you're going to say for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you. It's not a pleasure to be with you physically. In a year of great uncertainty, in a year of concern, in a year also of profound transformations for business, or profound transformations for work and for the workplace. So the aim of my intervention, the aim of my presentation would be also to liaise with some of the trends that we have been witnessing before the pandemic, before the scenario that we have now, but with the view of what's coming on, what's happening now at the workplace, and how will be the scenario in the short term, and how does affect also the diversity approach, the balance approach, etc. I will try to be very brief so that we have more dialogue and an exchange. It could be the case that also I don't mention areas which can be of interest. But just I have a presentation. I hope that I am able to share that with you. Yes, here it is. Sorry. Okay. Yes, here I am. So let me just explain who we are, because, well, first, as I said before, we have to be very thankful for LDDK because of its engagement with us. At the end of the day, we are very proud to say that we are a wide network of independent and representative business organizations. We were created 100 years ago, perhaps not the best year to celebrate our centenary, but also it was a year of transformation for ourselves. So it was also an opportunity to see how we forecast our future. And we have been witnessing also deep transformation in the way we work as international organization. We have more than 150 business and employees organizations around the world in 100 countries, in more than 100 countries. We are almost in 150 countries. The important thing is not just that we represent more than 50 million companies, which at the end also employ more than 100 million employees. The important thing is that we have among us business and employees organizations which have an influence at national level, which have a policy say at national level, that together with us can have also strength in policy. The services that we provide are basically based on our capacity to lobby, our capacity to defend business interests, but also our values. But our values have to do also with diversity, with our fundamental principles of rights at work. Just excuse me a second, because I need to make an adjustment, just very quickly. Sorry about that. Just a second. Thank you so much. So I was saying that precisely our capacity to influence is very much based on the fact that we count with us business and employees organizations that have an important say, that have an influence. So that's why we are, of course, very known in the ILO, the International Labour Organization. We have an important role there coordinating the voice of business, but also we have our important capacity to influence United Nations discussions. We have a consultative status in ECOSOC in the United Nations. We are also very present in some of the discussions in the G20, B20, among many others. At the end of the day, what also matters is not just to lobby per se, it's also to have results. And in order to have results, what we have is to be very attentive at what are your needs. Where are you moving as employer and business organization? Of course, it's not just that we move with the international organizations like the International Labour Organization, like the OECD. It's also that we have important companies and multinationals working with us. And we have a network also of 50 multinational companies that are also very interested in following us and engaging with us. But at the end of the day, the last say, and I want to insist on that, the last say on a policy level is the employers and business organizations. And in this case, it's the LDDK. So what's the scenario? Already some time ago, we were talking about the mega trends. So areas in which we were foreseeing a profound transformation, not just in the way in the way we work, but also in the way business make business. And these mega transformations have to do, of course, as always, with technological innovation, the digital drive, the so-called collaborative economy, but that don't work in an isolated manner. At the end of the day, it's linked also to important demographic shifts, to the climate change and sustainability, profound transformation affecting business, with migration flows, which have increased substantially in the last decades, and also with an important area which has to do with the skills is the fact that more and more we see what we call a global talent competition of skills, but also global shortage of skills. COVID-19 has impact on all these trends. And I could say also that there's the trend of what we call globalization, which is now at stake because we see a movement of nationalism and protectionism. But at the end, in the middle and long term, this global integration, the global economic integration, our forecast is that will remain for many reasons. In the last conversations that we have in the ILO and outside the ILO on what will be the scenario for jobs, we were forecasting job losses, job creation, job transformation. Nobody would have foreseen a scenario of job destruction as the one that the pandemic has brought. According to the ILO monitor in January last year, and I was just talking about, and January last year, the million of jobs that were going to be forecast in terms of destruction were more or less 4%, but that's now going up and up to 255 million full-time jobs, which is a very important percentage worldwide. And if you look at the number of award laws, it's almost 10%, which also already says a lot about the pandemic effects. I mean, you can have also this in terms of comparison with the global financial crisis, and you can see the graphic of the OECD, which gives you an idea. But also at the same time, we have to say that in all developed countries, in the OECD countries, 2 out of 5 workers were able to work from home, meaning also that remote work is a big and deep practice during this pandemic. But the question is whether that will remain after the pandemic. Remember also that we have this trend related to automation, which means how many jobs also will be affected for the new technology revolution, which is linked to the fact that more and more machines and the deep learning system is able to affect the number of jobs. And in that sense, the number of affected jobs in high developed economy, we have a forecast that will be affected by what we call automation in at least 35% in the case of UK, 40% in USA. Well, it's not just how many jobs will be affected, also how many jobs will disappear. And the percentage is also quite high in developed economies, at least goes up to 9%. This is still the case. But this qualitative element has been accelerated by the pandemic. what we have seen in 2 years is a work of speeding the digital transformation in 2 months. I mean, this is a Microsoft CEO quote, which I find really pertinent in this case. Then I refer to you on remote work. What we have on remote work is not just working from home, it's a deep transformation in the concept of working time and a deep transformation in the concept of working place. I mean, it's not just having my premises in a different place, it's also the fact that in the middle and long term, these concepts, working time and working place, are also going to be affected. Just let me give you some figures. Only 18%, even if only 18% of workers across the world are in occupation, live in countries with infrastructure that would allow performing from home. The fact is that this figure is higher in more developed economies. But even in areas like Latin America, the percentage is quite significant. And we have identified a figure, which I think is quite significant, figure linked to a USA survey in the USA, but that can apply also to other countries, is that 25% to 30% of current remote workers will plan to continue doing so in a way or in another after the pandemic. Which, if you compare that with the percentage of telework that we have now, which is, I think, very low, it's 5%, and the percentage that we had before the pandemic already tells you something. Again, we don't have to forget that that's also linked to scenario of skills, which is deeply also been changing. What we call skills for the future has to do, of course, with the STEM, all these technological changes which are going to require more and more STEM skills, engineering, mathematics, and especially also where diversity also has a role, is STEM for women. We in IOE have also very much pushed the agenda of having more diversity in the STEM qualifications for women. But more and more what we see, and that's nothing new, is that what we call human skills, social skills, is going to be much more determined. Is going to be much more relevant because machines cannot replace that. And we already see very, very concrete experiences, very concrete trends in some sector where creativeness, innovation, strategic approaches, analytical thinking, communication capacities are the key driver to find another job, more than the technical expertise. So the more we invest also in these areas, the better will we place also to have a success in our labor markets, in our economies. This importance of human skills is what led to us to have a specific survey that we did with Deloitte on this area. And I will be delighted also to share that with you. Perhaps for the sake of time, I will not refer that in depth. But sometimes we also forget that the way we work is changing because also the way we make business has deeply changed in the last 10 years, but more especially in the last 2 months. Right now, and I'm not wrong, we have verified that most successful business are digital. And if you see the level, the survival rate, it's clear that those businesses have implemented a strong digital strategy are the ones overcoming with a much more successful manner this crisis. Of course, we have also to bear in mind that these business models grow fast, but also die very fast, faster than before. The number of startups that are growing is increasing, but not just in developed economies. And you go to Africa, and if you go also to Asia, you will see how many startups go and penetrate other markets in an easy manner. We have also to recognize that this digital era is leading to huge digital emporiums, and I don't have to mention them. And also some barriers to competitions. That means a challenge. But also they mean higher access to new customers and better access to global markets. This platform economy also and I want to insist on that, have important positive effects. The first one has to do with the fact that it can benefit also SMEs. It's not necessary to be big to penetrate other markets with digital means. It's also benefiting women. And we have a very recent survey from ILO, and you see that areas like legal service, translation, writing, but also working on lab is also much more occupied by women than by men. It's serving also to complement income and to have also some increase in the payments. It's also giving opportunities to improve my lab-on learning in an accessible manner in quality training, which I did not have before. In developing economies, also I have to say, just to give you an example, earnings in the app-based taxi and delivery sectors tend to be higher than in the traditional sector. So this idea that the platform economy is bringing precariousness and low-paid jobs is not exactly true, and this comes also from the ILO. There are doubts whether this new reality will increase informality and will need regulation, and that's an area where we'll have to discuss. There are doubts whether this new area is bringing quality of services, but it's clear that it's better to follow customer satisfaction with new digital means. And it's clear that it's affecting a wide and growing range of services, not just the geolocation services, but also the transport, the cleaning, the social aid, financial investment, etc. Yeah. Right now, according to ILO data, what we call digital labor platforms is just representing a very low part of the employment.
Roberto, sorry for interrupting you. You have 2 minutes left for your presentation. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
It's perfect. But at the end of the day, what we have also to bear in mind that we have more and more individual workers not using these labor digital platforms, but also digital means to do their work. So there is still data missing on how this is evolving, and that's also work that we need to do. So I just wanted to place you this, because that has to do also with a discussion that we'll need to have on whether the employment relationship is at risk, because you have more and more self-employees doing this kind of work through the platform economy. Whereas the concept of employers is also changing. And on this, what we have is a discussion on fears, based on fears. Well, we'll have less jobs, we'll have worse conditions, freedom of association will weaken, collective bargaining will decrease, we'll have also modern slavery, and we have to face these fears also, which are linked to the pandemic, which are much more opportunity approach, otherwise we'll not overcome that. We'll have to find innovation solutions which goes beyond the minimum universal incomes, beyond protectionism, beyond demonizing global supply chains. And that's the debate that we're having now, and has much to do with diversity at the workplace, and much to do with how we do work-life balance at the end of the day, because precisely these technologies are giving that the solutions. Getting the right balance, and that's my last slide, will mean also to focus also on business continuity. It's an area we have been working intensively. It's also meaning looking at innovative solutions that promotes transitions from informality to formality. Perhaps that's not a problem in Latvia, but it's a problem in many developing economies. The informality sector is still very huge. But it's also an area, that it also means also having a much more ambitious approach on skills. Skills will be a key driver for success in the future, and also for a diverse culture at the workplace. I would like to finish my intervention with this message, and also showing our commitment to work with you and to help also you on this path in this difficult period. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Mr. Roberto Soares Santos, for your presentation. And one more time, sorry for interrupting you. And we had to finish today's conference with the last speaker. And
I will say this in Latvian right now, so we will finalize this about future of work. We will hear the next speaker. It will be from UNESCO Futures Literacy. So Dr. Riel Miller, Head of Futures Literacy. So the floor is yours.
Hello.
Yes, I can.
Hello.
I can hear you. You hear me?
Yes, very well and good.
Very good. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. I think you're addressing quite a central issue of our time, and one that has been put into significant relief by this shock that struck the world. And I want to underscore this idea of shock, because I think, as we all know, there's a moment when a shock pushes you, and all of a sudden you're pushed to another position, and you see from a different angle. And I think that's really one of the crucial lessons of this pandemic, is that it has given us the opportunity to see the world from a different perspective. And in particular, the perspective that concerns the work that I do here at UNESCO as head of Futures Literacy, is the way we see the future. Now, let's just draw attention to the everyday mundane activities, the things we just do, all of us kind of every day, getting up in the morning, going to work, taking children to school, taking care of elderly, all of these activities. And think for a moment that we had that image of the future tomorrow in our heads, and we projected that image of the future more or less going forward in a stable way, in a repetitive way, with the expected changes as we age and go through the life cycle, but pretty much an extrapolation. What we knew in the past extrapolated into the future. And by focusing on that image of the future, we know what to pay attention to. This is like when you cross the street. When you cross the street, you're not yet on the other side. So you imagine the trajectory, the path you will take, and you think of the dangerous cars, buses, trucks that are coming at you potentially, and you make a calculation, a scenario, an estimate. You imagine that if you cross now, they won't hit you, or maybe if you cross now, they will hit you, so you don't cross. In other words, you see the power of the image of the future. We all know that a baby, when they cry, they often get fed. And so it's no surprise that a baby associates crying with something in the future, getting food. So anticipation and these images of the future are very powerful forces in what we see, what we perceive, what we pay attention to, and what we do. But they're also very powerful in blinding us, meaning because we're accustomed to this image of the future, we don't pay attention to other things around us. And just to emphasize my experience, which is now a long time since I started at the OECD in 1982 as an economist. But in the 90s, I wrote a paper for the OECD about the future of the internet. And I can tell you that at that time, it was a very open question, what would happen with the internet. It was new, it was exciting. It was a bit like the hype cycle that we knew. The dot-com boom was about to happen. So this was in the mid 90s. There was huge hope and also a lot of imagination about what the internet would do. And I can say from my perspective, the change has been very slow, very modest. And I think you'll understand what I mean, which is that we could have done this kind of conference where we don't create so much carbon, where we include people from very many different places all over the world. We could have done this 10, 20 years ago, even earlier with the telephone. But we didn't use this tool in this way because it was an image of the future that didn't include doing it this way. In other words, we were projecting old images of the future into the future, and those constraining ideas meant that we paid less attention to the potential of this tool. So I'm explaining all of this because it's really what is central to the idea that UNESCO has been working on since I arrived in 2012 on futures literacy, a capability, a skill that's anchored in anticipation. Now, I think that you can understand what futures literacy is about because we all anticipate the future. We have probable futures, we have preferred futures, and we have the futures that liberate us from ignoring the potential of the present. Those are called emergent futures. All of this is quite important from the point of view of work-life balance because it actually allows us to think of a couple of different things. Let me begin with the more continuous, more modest changes. I've done a lot of work on the future of education in my career and the future of learning. And one of the key attributes of our education systems is what I call push learning. We push ideas and skills to young people saying, you should learn this because it will be good for your future. In other words, we're predicting the future and we're saying on the basis of these skills, your future will be better. And we're giving it to them in ways that often, I think almost everybody can relate to this, seem rather obscure to young people, boring, irrelevant, and in that sense, not very good for learning. In other words, we know that push learning, when people don't understand why they're learning, is actually very ineffective. Pull learning, on the other hand, is something that's very powerful. Humans are much better at pull learning. When I want to know something, because I need to know something, I learn about it, I challenge myself, I understand where I'm ignorant, and I understand what I need to know something about. And this is a much more powerful form. But just think about, for a moment, the difference between push and pull in terms of the way we think about the future. Push learning is based on a way of thinking about the future that says, I know the future, and you should know how to do this. Pull learning, on the other hand, says, let's play games. What do you need to know in order to understand the rules of the game? How do you learn about the rules of the game? How do you get better at the game? How do you change the rules of the game when you're in the game? Because you care about it. In other words, you're pulling the learning because it's something that you want to know, you need to know. And that means that the future is emergent. The future is open. You don't actually know to what purpose this will be because the purpose doesn't arrive in advance. It arrives in real time, in the real world, in your context, in ways that are meaningful to you. Now, the reason that I talk about pull learning in the context of work-life balance is that I think we can imagine an economy in which we create value through pull rather than push. And I think that this is a fundamental shift, in a sense, of the way in which we organize work. Human civilizations have had some important changes in the way we organize the creation of value. Agricultural, peasant societies, industrial society. And we've had some very significant changes in the way in which value creation and work are organized. Let's talk about the assembly line, Henry Ford, Taylorism, and changes in the workplace related to time motion studies and efficiency and the effectiveness of production input-output. If we turn around from that push hierarchical perspective, where we do things in a determinate, we know in advance perspective, to taking a much more open, much more spontaneous, much more improvised approach. If we're not as afraid of uncertainty, because we realize that uncertainty is a source of creativity, and if we move towards an idea of difference that was raised in some of the presentations before, and we realize that we're more capable of identifying and making sense of difference, and in fact using difference to be creative and to be agile and adapt to the situation as it actually is at the moment that we're experiencing it, we begin to see that we reconcile humanity with the actual condition of our universe, which is complexity. not complexity as more complicated, less complicated, but complexity as the creativity of the unknown, that the unknown is happening all the time. Just think of it this way. If I gave you a dictionary from 2020 and said, describe the world around you now with only the words of 2020, you would say, you know, there's a few things that are really missing, like Facebook, etc. And you say, it's very hard to describe. Fake news was not such a big, so how I can't describe the world now with the words from 2020. So how do you expect us today to describe the world of 2040 when all of those new words are going to be invented? And we are the ones who are going to invent them. But the question becomes, how do we become better at inventing those new words, more comfortable? And this also relates to a crucial question, which is very familiar in the business community, which has to do with path dependency and the brittleness and rigidity of sunk costs and the danger of being trapped in something which is no longer fit for purpose. And here again, we make those investments in things that have huge amounts of path dependency and sunk cost implications because we think it's going to create security. We think that it's something that will be certain. And it's true that if you build the pyramids, as they did in Egypt, they will last a very long time. The same goes for the Colosseum. Same goes for the pyramid in Chichen Itza in Mexico or the Great Wall in China. We build monuments and they last a long time. But this is not agility. This is not spontaneity. This is not creating a resilient diversification approach to the world. So what I'm hoping you understand from what I'm saying is that the pandemic and indeed climate extinction, the threat of extinction through climate change, not because we were deciding, oh, let's eliminate, let's change the climate, let's eliminate the species. It's inadvertent because our relationship to the world around us was one of power. We thought we could control the future. We were confident that we would be able to impose our ideas on the future. And this approach, which is the push approach rather than the pull approach, is something that ends up being dangerous. It ends up being highly fragile, highly brittle, not adaptive, and not resilient. And it really makes us hostile to change. And if we're hostile to change, then we're actually hostile to the only certainty there is, which is uncertainty. And I believe that the pandemic has created conditions which are enabling us to appreciate that images of the future can be taken away and that we can invent new ones. And my hope, and it won't be immediate, it's a learning process, is that instead of saying, oh, let's go back to the world the way it was, we will see how able we were actually to adapt, to change, to introduce new ways of working. And let me just make one little comment then on this issue of community, value creation in the household, and the way we organize work, and in that sense, the work-life balance. The version of the world where we organize life for work, not work for life, is the one that most of us are living in. We have organized ourselves and our way of being, including putting children in school so they can be taken care of, so that we can go to work. We have organized the metros and the buses. We've organized the commuting. We've organized the office towers, all so that we could go to work. And humanity has basically done this always. The hunter-gatherer was near the forest, the farmer was near the field, and we organized life around our work. But what happens now if we see, with the tools we've invented, although not the futures we've imagined, but the tools we've invented that have the potential to make us think that we should organize work for life? And here, I think it's really crucial to recognize that humanity has this capability of altering its rituals, evolving the formalities, finding the etiquette, establishing the rights of trust and of status. And here I want to point out that what's going on with young people, but also what's going on, and I'll say this in a way that is perhaps a little bit provocative, is to say the use of nudity on the internet, even the Instagrams and the tweeting and all the rest. This is a process that involves new forms of intimacy, new forms of creating trust, new forms of danger and threat. But in order to create the kind of investment, the kind of experimentation that is required for these new rituals to emerge and evolve, we do need, I think, some way of taking responsibility. And this is something that maybe employers and employees, so unions and employers associations, could champion, which is what I called 25 years ago when I wrote for the OECD, cyber citizenship, meaning every person has a real identity, an identity that is valid, that they validate, that they own, and that they are responsible for. These enabling conditions for a pull society, I think, are really crucial for us to examine today, because both the private and the public sphere are evolving. And right now they're evolving in fits and starts because in part our imagination is limited. And so I want to conclude with this point. The ability for us to transform and in some senses eliminate what I think is a bit of an unfortunate dualism, work, life, a dualism, is to be able to improve our capacity to imagine beyond today. And so, in conclusion, I think the message that UNESCO is certainly presenting to the world. We had behind me, you'll see the UNESCO Futures Literacy Summit. The website is still available. This idea of futures literacy is really in a similar vein to what universal reading and writing was to the industrial era. It's a necessary but not sufficient condition for the kind of transitions that are taking place. For our imagination not to restrict, limit our ability to perceive, to sense and make sense of emergence and creativity. And I believe that that's really what we might call a change in the conditions of change, which helps us to overcome poverty of the imagination and create a world in which we can take full advantage of our values and our talents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Thank you for inspiring speech. I think there was a few theses, for example, work for life or life for work. I think that everyone needs to think about this one and what is my personal goal and what is the company's goal. So one more time, thank you very much for your speech and for your time.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this lecture, this really inspiring lecture, I would recommend to watch this once more, to listen to this once more. So this is just really that mindset where you should strive for. So you should read it again. So today's conference is almost over, but still in front of us we have a award ceremony for Best Practice Award for Employers for Work and the Balance in Latvia. Today, this conference, Balance for All, is just one minor part of big changes which we are heading. So of course we have challenges in front of employers. It will also legislative challenges, and so they have to go hand in hand. But this event, today's purpose of this event is to inspire, to look at the best practice samples, to hear about situation in Latvia, to change your mindset, change your way of thinking, to see how it is possible to do differently. And so we heard several times a new normal. I do hope that you have several new ideas today. You heard this as an employer, and it will be very valuable for you in your future life, in your work life. And I would like to remind you that that all presentations will be available on balanceforall.eu. I do not know for how long, but quite long. And just a small break, a musical break. So we have Reinis Hanzowskis here, his performance, and then we will have a awarding ceremony. So stay with us and we meet in some minutes.
Fickle my heart and how woozy my eyes. I struggle to find any truth in your lies. And now my heart stumbles on things I don't know. This weakness I feel I must finally show. And lend me your hand and we'll conquer them all. Lend me your heart and I'll just let you fall. And lend me your eyes, I can change what you see. Your soul you must keep totally free. Arr, 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 arr. Awake my soul. Awake my soul. How fickle my heart and how woozy my eyes. I struggle to find any truth in your lies. And now my heart stumbles on things I don't know. This weakness I feel I must finally show. Arr, 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 arr. In these bodies we will live, in these bodies we will die. Where you invest your love, you invest your life. In these bodies we will live, in these bodies we will die. Where you invest your love, you invest your life. lūdzu šorīt uz tevi, tev gaidīšu pilnīgi kājās. Stādu pasaku sacerēju, no kuras man pašam kļūst bail. Tikai neskaties manās acīs, esmu visai smukiņš, bet dumšs. Istabā smaržo pēc kaut kā rūkti, pa radio skan tango skumš. Laikam tev sāk pietrūkt gaiss, būs man jāatver plašāk loks, manis tikko radītā glezna ir nevisai izdevies joks. Laikam tev sāk pietrūkt gaiss, būs man jāatver plašāk loks, manis tikko radītā glezna ir nevisai izdevies joks. Man patīk kolekcionēt, justas kurpes un vēl šo tu. Vēlams, lai būtu sarkanā krāsā, jo tā man iedvesmo. No darba dienām esmu kārtīgs un stīvs, manā istabā vienmēr ir tīvs. Manu rīta sveicienu mūžu lepni sagaida piena vīrs. Laikam tev sāk pietrūkt gaiss, būs man jāatver plašāk loks, manis tikko radītā glezna ir nevisai izdevies joks. Laikam tev sāk pietrūkt gaiss, būs man jāatver plašāk loks, manis tikko radītā glezna ir nevisai izdevies joks. Mani vēl neraksta avīzēs, jo es esmu noslēpumais. Savus darbiņus labos es, samalu krāsainos stabos. Laikam tev sāk pietrūkt gaiss, būs man jāatver plašāk loks, manis tikko radītā glezna ir nevisai izdevies joks. Laikam tev sāk pietrūkt gaiss, būs man jāatver plašāk loks, manis tikko radītā glezna ir nevisai izdevies joks.
Dāmas kungi, sveiciens! Mēs
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So, balance for all, conclusion of our conference. So, award ceremony. I would like to thank our artist, Reinis, for such a nice concert here. So we were just we were speaking about that we need more air, so we have to spend time outside, and so we have a holiday in front of us. But right now about the awards, so we have received so very many applications. And this means that employers in Latvia really would like to transform their business. They would like to become better employers. They want to make their business activities more efficient, more optimized. And today we will have 4 nominations or 4 categories. At least jury tried to summarize this and categorize somehow. And this is a new tradition which is being launched this year here at this moment. A colleague from LDDK said that this will be starting from this year and onwards. And we will start with the first nominee. And this is support events to employees with children up to the age of 18. So we have nominants here. So the companies which you see here on the screen. So we have 8 companies as nominees for Harmony Award. And so we have recognition goes to SIA Coca-Cola HBC Latvia for 12 additional days of leave for these employees. So once a month, they are as employees are entitled to 1 free day to spend together with the family, with children, and to have energy enough for the rest of the working months. So this is time for the family. So this is recognition, but the award goes to Neurological Hospital, and here the hospital has several support measures. So some of these are just additional 3 days with paid days. Also once a calendar year benefit in the amount of 20% of their salary for children with disability. So summer work for children. So the hospital also makes presents to the newly born family members of their employees. So people working in the hospital are happy, they are satisfied with their working place, and so they are more efficient, they are more satisfied with their life. And today I would like to invite Miss Maya from the hospital. So I really wish you the best. And so, but why? Why did you apply to this award? So, what was your purpose? So, could you tell us, please? Yeah, hello around. So, we are very delighted to receive this award and receiving the award in this sphere. So, we are slightly surprised because we always think that others do better and more, but we really have experience. We are performing activities and we are comparing us in this sustainability index, and so we have heard about good things which you can do without money. And as you already hear, so Strange Hospital is such a state institution where you cannot have much profit, so our work is our activities. We with minor resources try to create this balance of work and life. And so for people who work for us, we do hope that and wish them to feel better. Because in such a working environment, it is difficult to speak about a very satisfactory place of work or environment, but we really are happy. We participated because we wanted to see how we compare with others. So it seems that we are doing quite well. So thank you very much. And one question, during this COVID-19 pandemic, how have you adjusted yourself? So what is your situation? So it is as with others, but we try to be together. We are encouraging. We are eating vitamins, and we do hope to overcome the situation. And finally, it will be good. And so, if it is not good, then the end is not yet there. So it is very good motto. Okay. So, but you add also vitamin D, and so. I really, I'm happy about your success, and so you really have this award. And the next nominee, so the next category, support event or support measures for equal opportunities for men and women. And nominees here are 3 companies: Schwenk, Latvia, Swedbank, and Ventspils Reis. So. Balance award, and so recognition goes to joint stock company Swedbank, and they have a methodology for equal pay for their employees. And so for each position, they have a set limit or a level of payment. So each employee can see their family of their position, and so it is transparent remuneration system. And so when it is also annual performance negotiations with your line manager, so where they revise, also speak about how the employee feels. And so the award goes, the award in this category Race is an initiative. It is a competition of professional competencies of bus drivers, and they want to prove that all employees and long-standing employees and also new bus drivers, they are on the same level, so they have the same criteria and principles, and the most important criteria is not gender, but skills, and also practice and ability to perform work duties. And the main idea is to reduce stereotypes. So, of course, we have stereotypes that a bus driver should be a man, but actually these could be also women. And right now we have online, we have Gita Rasa from Ventspils Reis. Hello. Hello to Ventspils. Do you hear me? Yes, I do. Yeah, that's nice. So so it is so nice. So it is my congratulations, good job. And if we speak about this proportion, how many bus drivers, women, do you have in Ventspils Reis? Bus drivers? We have 15% from all bus drivers. We have 8 women, and the rest are men. So we have 62 bus drivers. And if we speak about this proportion, this is secondary, of course, but it means that the number of women is increasing. Yes, initially from 2004, it was just 1 woman bus driver, but then gradually, it is already 8. I mentioned that it is breaking stereotypes. And what plans do you have for future? Could you tell us so anything related to the sector? This is already actually really breaking stereotypes because men often think that a woman cannot drive a bus, and it is a bus driver woman has blonde hair, then it's even worse, of course. But So it could be big buses, small buses, and everything. But it is just stereotype, and now they are already used to the fact that they are women as the driver. It is very nice. It is blonde woman as a steering wheel of the bus. So actually, normally on 8th of March we have a big celebration, but then it is more flowers around, and then it is very nice. You could imagine that on the 8th of March they will receive many flowers. And the next nomination event for facilitating measure for facilitating mental and physical health of employees of the company. Sorry. So here we have quite many of nominees. So all in all, we have 16 companies of different sectors representing different industries and different places in Latvia. So just to mention the telecommunications and hospital and airport, RIMI, so wholesale. So here the recognition goes to SEB Bank, and so to improve welfare or well-feeling of the team, SEB Bank was inviting all colleagues to morning call. So just listen to this. Thanks God, Friday has come. So normally they have on Friday mornings they reach each other on a common call. And what is interesting, so it is already so daily employee satisfaction survey shows that the high employee motivation level is still there, but the award goes to initiative Wunder Fitness, as they have called, they have named it. So financial bonus, 100 euros per year, to be spent on sports activities, sports challenge, where each kilometer is turned into 0.2 euro cents, which are donated. And the aim or the goal for this campaign is to inspire people, employees to move, taking into account that we are sitting when teleworking, and also making a team and also useful use of financial resources. So really I would like to invite a web developer and activist of Wunder Fitness, so Lauris Kuznetsovs. So my congratulations to Wunder, and could you please tell us how were you doing with this every run kilometer, which meant 2 cents donation to some charity organization? This is very interesting. So participants. So we have different categories. Those are those who are running each second day. There are those who run just once a month or once a week. They try how it is to run, and the application which we used was Endomondo, where everybody could see what you have covered during that run. And this year we are going to use another application, and the Mondo is not available anymore. Well, yes, yeah. Okay, thank you. But about those ideas, so the idea about the covered kilometers and donated money, and also the sporting activities, these are also rather creative approaches. So where was your idea, or where your ideas coming from Do you have brainstorming, local brainstorming, or have you borrowed them from somewhere? This is a good question. Is it your secret? Well, I will not be able to answer what was the origin of this idea, but I was present when the idea was expressed that we should have several sports activities, so running, cycling, walking, jogging. So, and also we have hiking included, so like this cross country or hiking. We will see how it works. We will see what will be the result. And next year we wish to. So we'll again will be nice to receive your application, and we will see how it works. And so I wish you health and success in this time.
And we are at the very finish line, and the final category or nomination is support measure for employees with a flexible working time. And we have nominees here. 13 nominees in total, including Fiat Tesla, Revidentes Sanity Spiders birojas, Kurzemes būvnieks, Liepājas autostāvvietas, Rubija, Maxima Latvija, Coca-Cola HBC Latvija, Sadalas tīkls, Grifs AG, Strange Psychoneurological Hospital, Joint Stock Company Balta, Sija Rīgas nama pārvaldnieks, and Rīgas Silatoms, the heating company of Riga. And the recognition goes to Sija Coca-Cola HBC Latvia. A wide range of measures or options for working time flexibility, for which is teleworking, working from home up to 10 days per month, flexible working time, and you can start working from 7 a.m. to and continue working or finish your work at 6 p.m. And even despite or before the pandemics, the employees could choose and opt for several days working from home and teleworking, and additional leave days off for employees with children, depending on working experience. And so incentive was really well achieved and perceived by employees, and free opportunity and options for employees to really balance their work and private life. And the award goes on the category 4. So I can really stand up, but that goes to Sadalas tīkls, Joint Stock Company. Introduction of flexible remote work or distant or teleworking, or combined working remotely and in person. Electrical power assemblers and other field workers can 800 out of 1,500 employees have option for flexible working time, and that transition took several years and is underway and under development yet. And floor is given. I have called the member of the board of Sadalas tīkls. Congratulations. 1,500 employees to understand how it would be best for all and everybody. My big question is, how did you manage that? Hello, thank you so much to the Confederation of Employers of Latvia for excellent incentive, really high recognition of Sadalas tīkls. Balance and harmony is of utmost importance in every person's life, and only then we can really excel in all the spheres of our life. Yeah, actually, we have currently more than 1,800 employees. Our work sometimes is very intense as everybody needs electricity 24 hours a day and a week. And the most powerful employees are those who are happy and satisfied and are capable of balancing work and life. Satellite Tīkls is characterized by the fact that we have not only administrative office workers, but have really plenty of different technical specialists, and we had to be flexible or even innovatively flexible as there was no one size for all. And looking back to 2 years since we started that incentive of flexible working time in our company, that has been really a great satisfaction as with pandemics occurring, we were completely ready in several days' time for customer service and office workers work remotely from their homes. And I would like to stress that intangible value is well-being of our employees. Our employees have recognized that and appreciated that very much. And I would like to thank to all, on behalf of all the team of Satellite Tīkls for high recognition and appreciation. And I will send a virtual greetings to all of our team members. So I think that we will have virtual parties today in the evening in Zoom platform. And I would like to ask one more question. So COVID-19 entered and really dominated the world in the first half of 2020. But I would like to stress once again that you had that introduced in 2019 when nothing had started yet as regards the pandemics. Did you have a glass for future to be forecasted? No, satisfaction and engagement of our employees were very and are very important to us. And that goes the same towards the needs of our customers, and meeting the expectations and needs of our customers and employees really focused our management to proceed, to move forward, be very transparent and open in terms of customer service, our customer base and our employees. And looking back 2 years ago, we are really congratulating each other for that courage we took 2 years ago, when which really made us ready, completely ready to any changing situation in the country, in the world. And now electricity distribution has been terminated, and following the performance results of employee engagement, index has skyrocketed, and customer base satisfaction has been very increased as well. And we as a team and as a company has reached a fantastic result. Thank you. And this is really awarded as well. And we would like to mention that we had no electricity interruptions. We had everything working. Thank you so much. And everything went smoothly. Thank you once again for our electricity as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude our today's conference, Balance for All. On this note and on this happy wave, we have awarded the Balance Award 2020. We would like to thank you all the nominees who applied for this Balance Award 2020, and I truly hope that this will be really a very excellent incentive and incentive for companies to excel even more. And I would like to extend our gratitude to our speakers, stretching far across Europe, starting from Finland and Ireland on the opposite side of our coverage, and the Ministry as well as Confederation of Employers for that conference. So my name was Andris Ceriņš. I would like to wish you good health, patience and really good ideas and best practices for tomorrow. Thank you so much.